Chapter 28-42. World of Light. God said, "Let there be light." This was the origin of the world of light. The world of light had once been glorious and dazzling in the middle world, creating the era of light. It was like the sun in the sky, illuminating all 3,000 worlds. It had also declined, but fortunately, its inheritance had not been broken. Most of the time, it was one of the most powerful worlds in the middle world. In the world of light, every inch of space was filled with light. Here, there was no corner that light could not illuminate, and all darkness had nowhere to hide. In the world of light, there was only day and never night. According to legend, the ancestors of the Protoss were born from the first ray of light. Therefore, the golden bloodline of the Protoss contained an incomparably powerful power that could purify evil and dispel darkness. Inside the Temple of Light, more than 100 god kings gathered and sat high up. Below them stood thousands of Protoss true spirits. Regardless of gender, they were all blonde and handsome. In front of the thousands of Protoss true spirits stood a man and a woman. Although they were also true spirits, their attire was somewhat different from the many Protoss true spirits behind them. The man wore a shiny golden armor and had a golden sword by his side. His eyes were deep, and his gaze was like a torch. He had an extraordinary aura. The woman was extremely beautiful. She wore a golden robe that was just right for her body, outlining her perfect figure. Her golden hair was slightly curled and fell on her shoulders like waves. Her beautiful eyes were like water, reflecting a faint light. The man and woman stood side by side like a golden couple. The most unique thing about the two of them was that they both wore a golden crown on their heads. Around the crown, there was a ring of gemstones, and a mysterious light fell like a waterfall, enveloping the two of them, making them look even more noble and extraordinary. Among the Protoss, only those who had awakened the royal bloodline of the Protoss had the opportunity to wear this golden crown. Those who had awakened the royal bloodline of the Protoss were known as the children of God or the daughters of God. They were the children of God or the daughters of God in the outside world. Bright. At the highest position, a god king looked down at the Protoss royal true soul in golden armor and slowly said, "My god king is the Protoss royal family's true soul." This time, the restrictions of the celestial realm have been lifted, and the number of evil spirits has skyrocketed. It's the perfect time for you to earn merits. If you can exchange for some treasures in the treasure pagoda, they should be able to help you advance further. The Protoss true spirit named Minghui smiled and said proudly, "Battle achievements are secondary. I just want to go to the demonic battlefield and meet the supreme true spirits of the 3,000 worlds. I'd like to see who among those of the same level can compete with me, the Protoss." The god kings above nodded slightly. They did not doubt Ming Hui's words. The god race's physical body and bloodline were stronger than most races. As the son of God, he was one of the best among the Protoss. Although Divine Son Ming Hui had only comprehended one supreme divine power, if he were to really go against a race that had comprehended two supreme divine powers, with his Protoss bloodline, he might be able to put up a fight. A god king said, "Ming Hui, pick some people to follow you into the demonic battlefield." Divine Son Ming Hui said, "There's no need for that. The others will be a burden to me in the demonic battlefield." After pausing for a while, Divine Son Ming Hui looked at the woman beside him and smiled. He said gently, "I'll only bring one person." "Me?" The goddess beside him seemed a little surprised. She shook her head slightly and said, "I'm from the lower domain and have just awakened the royal bloodline. I've just stepped into the true self realm. I can't help you." "It's okay." Divine Son Ming Hui smiled and said, "You'll follow me to the celestial realm and watch the battle from the outside. The supreme true spirits of the 3,000 worlds will gather. There will definitely be a great battle." Divine Son Ming Hui did not say it explicitly, but he actually wanted to show off his skills in the demonic battlefield and show off in front of the goddess. The goddess lowered her head slightly and seemed a little hesitant. A god king above looked at the goddess and said, "Let's go and watch together. This is a rare occasion in the 3,000 worlds. Watching the supreme true spirits clash and kill will be beneficial to your cultivation." Okay. Hearing this, the goddess no longer hesitated and agreed. Stone Realm. A dead star suddenly exploded, turning into dust and gravel. A bald man carrying a huge stone axe slowly walked out from inside. He was burly and muscular, and there was a dim light flowing on the surface of his body. The bald man's cultivation was at the peak of the true spirit realm, but several figures appeared around him. They were all kings of the stone race. A true spirit realm had several kings protecting him. It was clear that this bald man had an important position in the stone race. Sherpa, the stone race has already selected helpers for you. They can leave at any time. A king of the stone race said in a deep voice. The bald man twisted his neck, making a strange cracking sound. He looked at the starry sky in the distance and grinned. Celestial realm, I'm coming. It's best if I can meet those weak sword cultivators in the demonic battlefield and let them have a taste of my shocking sky axe. As he spoke, the bald man swung the huge axe in his hand, leaving huge cracks in the void. Parasol Tree Realm. 9 Luan birds pulled a huge starry sky spirit ship in the direction of the celestial realm. On the deck of the ship, a man and a woman stood side by side. The two of them were young, but they had already reached the peak of the true spirit realm. Their bodies were bathed in blazing flames. From afar, they looked like two blazing suns piercing through the sky. Kuan Realm, one of the super realms. There was no land in the Kuan Realm. Everywhere was filled with seawater. This was a world of water that belonged to the ocean. Splash! A huge shadow appeared on the originally calm surface of the sea. A Kuan race member floated out of the water. Its body was huge, thousands of miles long, and it created huge waves around it. Immediately after, this Kuan race member transformed into a human. He held a blue trident in his hand and stood on top of the huge waves, looking in the direction of the celestial realm. Peng Realm, one of the super realms. A streak of golden light flew through the starry sky. It was impossible to see its body clearly. After an unknown period of time, the golden light landed on a huge ferry boat. It retracted a pair of golden wings and transformed into a human figure. It was an incomparably handsome man. The handsome man murmured, "Supreme true spirits have gathered in the demonic battlefield." Interesting, almost at the same time, the supreme true spirits of the various realms appeared and headed to the celestial realm. Those who could comprehend supreme divine powers and become supreme true spirits were the top true spirits of the various realms. Which one of them wasn't proud and fearless? In the face of such an unprecedented event, these supreme true spirits would definitely not miss it. A green ship left the sorcerer realm. In the blood realm, the blood vine race quietly left. The heirs of the golden crow realm, the flower realm, the poison realm, the insect realm, the astral realm, the tomb realm, and other realms of various sizes all left for the celestial realm under the escort of the kings of their respective realms. In just a few days, the 3,000 realms were in turmoil. Chapter 2843. Celestial Tribute World. Because the time limit had been lifted, experts from various large realms would arrive almost every day, causing Sky Reverence Island to become even more lively and crowded with people. Apart from some true spirit experts who wanted to enter the fiendish battlefield to kill sinful spirits, there were also some busybodies who arrived early to watch the show. The 100 ultimate true spirits on the Battle Merit Jade Tablet should all be present at this event. 100 true spirits? I think there's more than that. What do you mean? Some true spirits didn't come to Celestial Tribute World for various reasons, so they didn't leave their names on the War Merit Jade Steel. As far as I know, there's a woman from Celestial Tribute World who calls herself the Chess Immortal. I heard she's here too. Cultivators were discussing all over Celestial Tribute World. A cultivator said, in my opinion, it's rare for the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds to gather here. They can work together to kill the 10 great demons. There were 10 great demons in the fiendish battlefield, and they were all true spirits of sinful spirits. The 10 great demons were no weaker than the true spirits on the war merit Jade Steel. Both sides had suffered casualties over the years. Celestial Tribute World had a time limit, so it was difficult for the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds to gather and kill the 10 great demons together. But it was different this time. A cultivator said, the 10 great evil demons are definitely not going to survive this time. The key is, after the 10 great evil demons fall, will there be some kind of battle between the supreme true spirits of the various realms? Some worlds have a long history of grudges. It's very likely that a war will break out in the fiendish battlefield. Exactly. Sword World and Stone World have a deep grudge. I heard that Sword World and Sky Eye World had a grudge 1,000 years ago. Sword World's 9th Sword Peak Lord killed a true spirit and 9 true spirit experts of Sky Eye World. This is a big grudge. Sky Eye Race's Xiaofan arrived 2 days ago. I don't think Sword World will send anyone over unless they want to die. While everyone was talking, many sword cultivators landed on Celestial Tribute Island from a sword-shaped boat in the distance. Sword World is here. Huh, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if the Peak Master of the 9th Sword Peak is among them. I saw him inside. He was wearing a green robe. Oh, this person's cultivation speed is so fast. 1,000 years ago, he was still at the Celestial Being stage, and now he's already at the Kongming stage. As soon as the Sword World's people descended on Heaven Venerate Island, a heated discussion immediately broke out. As far as I know, apart from the 9th Sword Peak Master, Sword World's Lin Xuanzhen has also comprehended the supreme divine power, Immortal Slaying Sword. A cultivator solemnly said, the 2 supreme true spirits of the Sword Realm might not necessarily lose against Xiaofan. Hee, fellow Daoist, your thinking is too simple. Another person said, do you think only Xiaofan would go to the Sword World? The Stone Clan's supreme true spirit Sherpa will definitely attack the people of the Sword Realm. The group from the Sword World descended. Hearing the discussions around them, Lu Yun and the other immortal kings frowned in worry. Even Lin Xuanzhen felt the pressure multiply. Only Su Zimo remained calm. Let's go to Heaven Venerate Pavilion to retrieve the medallion, then rent a residence for everyone to rest. Lu Yun said in a low voice. No one had any objections to this. Although the Heaven Venerate world had loosened its restrictions, many rules remained the same. Private fighting and killing were still prohibited in the Heaven Venerate world. Of course, it was a different story if an outsider trespassed in their own residences. Ever since the Hadal Sin grounds of the Heaven Venerate world had been destroyed, the Fiend Demon battlefield had been temporarily closed and hadn't reopened. Everyone gathered here, but they couldn't enter. They could only wait patiently. Su Zimo, Lin Xuanzhen, and the others set out for Heaven Venerate Pavilion to retrieve the medallion. Along the way, they overheard the discussions of the cultivators around them and learned quite a bit of news. The supreme true spirits of the Kun realm and the Peng realm had arrived one after the other with their swords drawn. There was also Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden of the Wudong realm. They were a perfect pair, and their hearts were as one. Both of them were supreme true spirits and had great chemistry when working together. They were like 2 people who'd comprehended 2 unparalleled combat arts at the same time. Chess Immortal doesn't seem to have any true spirit experts in the world of Celestials this time. You don't know yet, do you? Many of the top true spirits of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Demon realms were killed by a great demon. They haven't recovered to this day. Hiss. What kind of demon is that? I think he's called Araki Takashi or something. When Su Zimo heard those discussions, he murmured in deep thought, "Chess Immortal is here as well?" Yunting crept up behind him and whispered mysteriously, "My sister doesn't know you've come to the Heaven Venerate world. If she did, she'd probably come too." Su Zimo rolled his eyes at Yunting. "It looks like you haven't mastered the Zen sword yet." As they spoke, the group from Sword World arrived at Heaven Venerate Pavilion's entrance. Big Brother Mo Ling. Suddenly, a young girl's excited voice sounded from the entrance. While others did not think much of it, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he frowned. Mo Ling. He had once used this name to hide his identity. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the voice. A young girl in white stood at the entrance of Heaven Venerate Pavilion, looking at him with a face full of surprise. Behind the young girl was a silver-haired woman at the Grotto Heaven Realm. "This is..." Su Zimo was stunned when he saw the young girl in white. "Dragons." When they saw the young girl in white, they immediately recognized her. The silver-haired woman was also an extremely famous dragon king in the upper world. Since they did not have much of a relationship with her, they cupped their fists at her as a form of greeting. "Big Brother Mo Ling, don't you remember me?" The young girl in white waved hard at Su Zimo. "Long Yuan planet, I'm Long Li." Realization dawned on Su Zimo as he recalled what had happened on Long Yuan planet. At that time, Long Li had met with danger on the Dragon Abyss planet, and he had stepped in to save him. However, he'd been hunted down by the Great Gene Immortal Empire and didn't dare reveal his identity, so he'd changed his name to Mo Ling. "Fellow Taoist, have you mistaken me for someone else?" Lu Yun smiled faintly. "This is Su Zhu, the Peak Lord of the Sword Burial Peak, the 9th peak of our world." Long Li blinked. "So your name is Su Zhu?" "Then Mo Ling." Su Zimo looked apologetic and explained, "Fellow Taoist Long Li, there were some special circumstances that made it inconvenient for me to reveal my identity. That's why I changed my name to Mo Ling, but I told you my real name." Long Li seemed to be a little resentful. He frowned and said with a straight face, "You lied to me. That is my fault." Su Zimo smiled wryly. Long Li couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She waved a hand and said, "I understand. The human heart is sinister and we should always be on our guard. I don't blame you, I was just joking with you, hee hee." Although Long Li had reached peak true spirit realm, she was still young and still had the temperament of a young girl. "So your name is Su Zhu. You're not lying to me this time, are you?" Many thanks to fellow Taoists Luo Feng Fei, Mu Shui Yi Jiang, and Bushi for their 10,000 book coins. End of chapter. Chapter 2844. The 8 Peak Masters looked at Su Zimo with strange expressions. Naturally, they knew Su Zimo's true name. However, this was a secret and could not be casually mentioned. Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, "I remember that I changed my appearance back on the Dragon Abyss planet. How did you recognize me?" At that time, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, not only did he change his name to Mo Ling, he even used the Sanyu Jade Rui to disguise himself as a drunkard to fool others. To think that he would be recognized by Long Li today. Long Li blinked and smiled smugly. "I have a treasure that's refined using a heavenly eye. It can see the form of an essence spirit and I saw your true appearance back then." Su Zimo nodded to himself. The eyeballs of the heavenly eye race were indeed decent to be able to see through the disguise of the Sanyu Jade Rui. However, it was reasonable for dragons to have some incredible treasures. Long Li continued, "Furthermore, there's a special aura on you." It seems to be related to us dragons." Su Zimo knew that what Long Li was talking about should be the aura brought about by the dragon phoenix essence spirit. However, it was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. Not far away, the silver-haired woman from the dragons looked at Su Zimo with a hint of doubt and bewilderment. Was this the person Li met on the Dragon Abyss planet? She had heard of the peak master of the ninth sword peak of the sword world and knew that he was a ruthless person who was decisive in killing. Did this person grow to this extent in such a short period of time, or was he hiding his cultivation intentionally because of his identity? Naturally, she could sense the special aura that Long Li could sense as well. Furthermore, she could sense it even more clearly. That aura was similar to dragons but was even stronger than the bloodline aura of dragons. Could it be? The silver-haired woman's heart skipped a beat when she thought of a possibility. Mother! Long Li grabbed Su Zimo's arm and pulled him in front of the silver-haired woman. He said excitedly, "This is the big brother Mo Ling I mentioned to you before. He's actually the peak master of the ninth sword peak, Su Zhu." The silver-haired woman hesitated for a moment before nodding toward Su Zimo, greeting him first. "I'm Long Li's mother, the Hui Dragon King." Hornless Dragon King. The hearts of the 8 peak masters shuddered when they heard the 3 words. According to rumor, there were a total of 5 dragon territories in the dragon dimension. They were divided into the Horn Dragon Territory, the Azure Dragon Territory, the Qi Dragon Territory, the Torch Dragon Territory, and the Ying Dragon Territory. They represented the 5 different types of energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, there was more than one Dragon King in each dragon region. However, in Qi-Long realm, only the strongest Dragon King was qualified to be conferred the title of Hui Dragon King. Therefore, in the upper realm, there was a saying about the 5 great Dragon Kings. The 8 peak masters were peak experts of the Grotto Heaven realm as well. However, they did not have much of a relationship with dragons or the 5 great Dragon Kings. To think that Su Zimo would be acquainted with the daughter of the Qi Dragon King. Furthermore, the Qi Dragon King's attitude towards Su Zimo was rather friendly. In fact, he was even more polite than the 8 of them. The 8 peak masters did not know that the identity of the peak master of Sword Burial Peak and Long Li were only 2 reasons why he was acquainted. The other important reason was that the Qi Dragon King sensed the aura of a taboo dragon phoenix from Su Zimo. "Greetings, Senior." Su Zimo returned the greeting with cupped fists with a respectful expression. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances. Although they did not know why the Qi Dragon King had such an attitude toward Su Zimo, it was good to have such a relationship. Normally, the Sword Realm and Dragon World rarely interacted. They did not have much of a relationship or grudges. To think that they would be acquainted with the Qi Dragon King today because of the relationship between Su Zimo and Long Li. If they could establish a relationship with the Dragon World, it would naturally be beneficial for the Sword Realm. "Right," Long Li whispered to Su Zimo, "previously, you instructed me to look for someone named Long Ran who ascended from the lower world. He's indeed in the Dragon World and the Torch Dragon region. Is he alright?" Su Zimo asked. Long Ran was the red-headed ghost of Tianhuang mainland. The red-headed ghost helped Su Zimo greatly in the lower world and even saved the latter's life. "He's fine," Long Li said. "However, he hasn't advanced to the true self realm and his cultivation realm isn't high. As such, he can't come with us this time round." Su Zimo nodded and was relieved. Knowing that his old friends from Tianhuang mainland were fine was the best news for him. It did not matter whether their cultivation realms were high or low. Up till now, there was news of a few of his old friends who ascended from Tianhuang mainland. However, there were some who were nowhere to be found. For example, his 6 demon brothers in the lower world, his other disciple, Carefree, and Nian Qi. At the thought of Nian Qi, Su Zimo could not help but recall the pitiful little girl in the capital of Great Zhou. She had withered yellow hair and followed behind him in ragged clothes. "Young master?" In a daze, he seemed to have heard Nian Qi's voice calling out softly not far away. Su Zimo shook his head and cast those thoughts aside for the time being. "Young master, is that you?" However, before long, he heard that familiar voice again. It sounded not far away and there was even a hint of trembling in it. Instinctively, Su Zimo turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a group of Protoss stood. Their leader was a woman in golden robes with a crown on her head. She was incomparably noble. The woman had golden hair and green eyes. She had a voluptuous figure and an almost perfect face. She was incomparably stunning and could not help but exclaim at the uncanny workmanship of the Creator. The Protoss Divine Lady? The 8 Peak Masters also noticed the Protoss woman. Seeing the crown on her head, they immediately recognized her identity. The Hornless Dragon King, Long Li, and the other dragons also looked over. Even the Protoss and God Kings behind the Protoss woman were confused. They did not know what had happened to the Divine Lady for her to be so agitated. Just as everyone was confused, they saw the Divine Lady suddenly run toward the Sword Realm. Seeing that the Protoss woman did not have any hostility, the people of the Sword Realm did not step forward to stop her. Just like that, the Divine Lady almost crashed into Su Zimo's arms in front of everyone's eyes before stopping. "Young Master, it's really you." The Divine Lady was excited. Ignoring the gazes of others, she stepped forward and grabbed Su Zimo's hand. The surrounding onlookers widened their eyes, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. The Protoss Divine Lady had the bloodline of the Protoss royal family flowing in her veins. She was pure and incomparably noble. Why did the Divine Lady before them look at Su Zimo as though she had seen a relative? She did not have the bearing and airs of a Divine Lady at all. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone would have thought that the woman was Su Zimo's maidservant. Su Zimo was also surprised and pleasantly surprised. This goddess was none other than Nian Qi, whom he had been thinking about just a moment ago. Nian Qi had followed him for many years in Tianhuang mainland. She had been by his side since he was still at the Foundation Establishment realm. Nian Qi had always considered herself to be Su Zimo's maidservant. Even after she became the Shenhuang of the Continent of Gods, that did not change. However, in Su Zimo's heart, he had never seen her as a maidservant. Instead, he saw her as his younger sister. End of chapter. Chapter 2845. Nian Qi had been abandoned when she was young and had to wander around. It was Su Zimo who took her in and made her feel the warmth of home for the first time. Later, she left Tianhuang region alone out of guilt for the godly Ho clan and wanted to help Su Zimo. She even became Shenhuang, but she wasn't happy. After ascending, she had awakened the royal bloodline of the Protoss and became the noblest bloodline of the Protoss. But even so, she didn't feel a sense of belonging. If she could, she was willing to abandon all her status and stay by Su Zimo's side for the rest of her life. The Protoss behind her might be her clansmen. But she only had one family, and that was Su Zimo. The 8 Peak Masters looked at Su Zimo with strange expressions. The Dragon's Girl hadn't separated yet, and here came another goddess who was even more intimate than the Dragon's Girl. What was going on? The 8 Peak Masters knew that Su Zimo was Qinglian's true body. They thought that they knew Su Zimo well enough. But today, they found that the Peak Master of the 9th Sword Peak was a little unfathomable. He was so young, but his cultivation was too deep. Kitsune didn't know Long Li, but she recognized Nian Qi. She wasn't surprised by their relationship. Yunting suddenly became nervous. He glanced at Long Li and Nian Qi with hostility. "Sister has a lot of opponents," Yunting muttered. Now, 2 of them had popped up, and both of them had such prominent statuses. Yunting looked at Long Li and Nian Qi, thinking that his sister didn't have much of an advantage. It was a bit difficult. "Nian Qi, how are you doing in the Protoss?" Su Zimo sized up Nian Qi and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You've already stepped into the True One realm. Your cultivation speed is very fast." "I'm fine." Nian Qi smiled and said, it's just that I think of young master every day, but there's still no news of young master. I'm a little worried. The distance between the heaven realm and the God realm was too great. No matter how big of a commotion the heaven realm celestial immortals and true immortals caused, it might not even reach the God realm. Cough cough. The group of Protoss not far away finally reacted. The God Kings frowned, their expressions ugly. A deity king coughed heavily and secretly reminded Nian Qi. He then transmitted his voice to her through divine sense, Nian Qi, you are a goddess. Remember your identity. When Nian Qi heard that, she pouted her lips with her back facing the God Kings and thought to herself, I don't care about the identity of a goddess. Despite her thoughts, Nian Qi knew that if she acted too close to Su Zimo, it would instead cause trouble for Su Zimo. Nian Qi had a lot of things she wanted to tell Su Zimo. But she knew that there were too many people around and now wasn't the time. The goddess looked at the God Kings nearby and explained, this is an old friend of mine from the lower realms. I didn't want to meet him today, so I lost my composure a little. One of the God Kings said, since you've ascended, you should sever your karma with the lower realms. You're a goddess, and he's just a servant. The gap between the two of you is too great. It's best if you don't contact each other in the future. Nian Qi's expression turned cold. He's not just an old friend, he's also my benefactor. Lu Yun frowned when he heard the word servant. He stood out and said in a deep voice, fellow Taoists of the God race, this is the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world. He's not a servant as you say. The 9th sword peak, burial peak? The God King's expressions changed when they heard this. They seemed to have thought of something. 1,000 years ago, Su Zimo's battle on the Fiend battlefield still had some influence and made a name for himself. At the side, the Hornless Dragon King's expression was cold as he suddenly remarked, fellow Taoist Su Zhu has known my daughter for many years. Even if she's here in the dragon race, she's an esteemed guest. Why is she a servant in the mouth of the God race? The Qi Dragon King also stood out to speak for this person. The God King's expressions changed. After a while, a God King suddenly smiled and said, if that's the case, we've been rude. The Peak Lord of the 9th Sword Peak, it's an honor to meet you for a long time. Nian Qi turned and asked, fellow Taoist Su, where is Sword World staying? I'll pay you a visit when I have the time. More and more living beings gathered around. Worried that they would bring unnecessary trouble to Su Zimo, Nian Qi temporarily changed the way he addressed Su Zimo. I haven't found a place to stay yet. Su Zimo shook his head. I'll take the Skybstammet medallion and rent a house later. Nian Qi frowned. She still wanted to find a chance to speak with Su Zimo alone. But she was still the Protoss goddess. It wouldn't be good for her to follow behind the people of Sword World and watch them search for a house before returning to the Protoss residence. Su Zimo seemed to have noticed Nian Qi's dilemma and smiled. Where does your Protoss live? I don't have anything to do here, so I'll pay you a visit. Nian Qi was overjoyed and quickly told Su Zimo the Protoss's address in the Skybstammet world. Afterward, the two parted ways without further conversation. Nian Qi headed for her residence under the escort of the God Kings. The Qi Dragon King and Long Li bade farewell to the people of Sword World and also left. At the entrance to the Skybstammet world, the people of Sword World finally entered the Skybstammet pavilion and took out their Skybstammet medallions. Next, they needed to find a place to stay on Skybstammet Island. Due to the sudden increase in the number of people on Skybstammet Island, the number of houses that were originally abundant became a little tight. The people of Sword World walked for a long time before finding an empty house and renting it. While the people of Sword World rested here, Su Zimo adjusted his breathing for a while before getting up to leave. He prepared to go to the Protoss residence to find Nian Qi. Just as he reached the door, Lu Yun stopped him. Are you going to see the goddess of the Protoss? Lu Yun asked. Su Zimo nodded and didn't hide anything. Lu Yun pondered for a while and said, "You have to be careful. The identity of the Protoss goddess is special. The divine realm will never allow a goddess to marry another race. The divine realm forbids the spread of the royal bloodline. This is a heinous crime in the Protoss." Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. "Brother Lu, you worry too much." Lu Yun still didn't have the slightest hint of a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, "There's one more person you have to pay attention to. As far as I know, the divine son of the Protoss, divine son Ming Hui, is also here. This divine son Ming Hui is known as the first true spirit of the Protoss. He wasn't in the crowd just now. If he finds out that you're close to the goddess of the Protoss, he might be hostile to you and cause trouble for you in the fiend battlefield in the future." Su Zimo's expression was calm as he responded casually, as if he didn't care at all. He already had many strong enemies on this trip to the celestial realm, so one or two more wouldn't matter. Moreover, he had come to the fiend battlefield to fight a great battle. Lu Yun gave a few more words of advice before Su Zimo left Sword World's residence and headed to the Protoss residence. Fighting was still forbidden in the celestial realm, so Lu Yun and the others weren't worried that Su Zimo would encounter any danger on the way. As for the Protoss residence, the other party already knew that Su Zimo was the peak lord of the Ninth Sword Peak. Without a deep feud, the king of the god race would not lay his hands on Su Zimo. End of chapter. Chapter 2846. Sky Tribute Island. A man and a woman, covered in dust, slowly descended. The woman was wearing a blue palace dress. Her figure was graceful, and her face was covered with a veil. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The man carried a long sword on his back. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but his face was pale. He only had one arm left. These two were the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Fairy Mengyao, who had come from the heaven world. After the battle in the Jinmu mountain range, the two of them had lost face. Although he managed to survive, he had already lost all hope of reaching the Grotto Heaven realm. Over the years, the two of them had gradually lost their status in their respective sections. They were no longer core disciples. There were no celestial kings in the Flying Celestial Sect and Qinkuan Academy who were willing to escort the two of them. After all, the current Sky Tribute world wasn't very attractive to celestial kings. Which immortal king would travel thousands of miles to the celestial tribute world for the sake of two crippled true disciples? The two of them had encountered many dangers along the way. Fortunately, their luck was good. In the end, they managed to escape danger and successfully arrived at the Sky Tribute world. When they descended from the sky and looked at the bustling scene on Sky Tribute Island, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. The top true spirits of the 3,000 worlds gathered on this island. Celestial kings could be seen everywhere. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was a rare sight in the heaven world, but it paled in comparison to what was happening in front of their eyes. Not far away, a dazzling golden light pierced through the air. A pair of golden wings slowly unfurled and unfurled, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. The golden feathers were like sharp swords that flickered with golden light. They illuminated the man's incomparably handsome face and added a hint of nobility to it. "Look, it's the 9th prince of the golden-winged Great Rock King of the Peng world." As expected of the golden-winged Great Rock bloodline. He actually rushed over from the Peng world without the escort of the King of the Peng world. The golden-winged Great Rock bloodline is known as the fastest race. It's said that when the golden-winged Great Rock King uses his movement technique, even the starry sky black hole can't swallow him. The golden-winged Great Rock bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the Great Rock clan. The golden-winged Great Rock King was famous in the 3,000 worlds. Voila! On the other side, a young man wielding an azure trident arrived above Heaven Veneration Island. He gazed at the ninth prince, his eyes filled with battle intent. The appearance of this person caused another round of exclamations. It's the Kun realm's #1 true spirit, Northern Mingyuan. I've heard that the Kun world and Peng world have been in constant conflict for the past few years. This time, the supreme true spirits of these two worlds will probably have a fierce battle in the evil demon battlefield. Every time a heaven's favorite arrived, the people on the island would exclaim and discuss. Meng Yao looked at this scene as she walked on Heavenly Worship Island. Aside from the shock in her heart, she felt even more emotional. If it weren't for the fact that her reputation had been completely destroyed, with her reputation as the Zither Immortal, once she appeared, she would definitely be the center of attention and attract countless admirers. She was supposed to get to know these supreme true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and drink with them. This was what she was best at. But now, she didn't even dare to reveal her true appearance, let alone make friends with these people. Beside her, the Moonlight Sword Immortal looked at the surrounding scenery and the true spirits descending from the sky from time to time. He was especially excited. He knew that he had made the right choice in coming to the Heaven Veneration world this time. Meng Yao, I just heard that the Protoss's group has arrived. The Divine Son and Divine Daughter of the true first stage are also here. The Moonlight Sword Immortal couldn't hide the joy on his face. I've already asked for the address. Let's get ready and go visit them in a bit. Meng Yao lowered her head and remained silent. She had a lot on her mind. What's wrong? The Moonlight Sword Immortal noticed Meng Yao's strange behavior and asked with a frown. Meng Yao sensed the hustle and bustle in the surroundings, and she felt like she didn't fit in with the Heavenly Venerate Island. Coupled with the fact that there were so many prodigies and monstrous geniuses around her, she felt extremely disappointed and dispirited. A thought flashed through her mind. She wanted to leave this place quickly and return to the Flying Immortal sect, never to show her face again. I want to go back. Meng Yao suddenly said. Go back? The Moonlight Sword Immortal's face darkened. He could tell what Meng Yao was thinking and sneered. Where can you go back to? Go back to the Flying Immortal sect and continue to suffer the disdain and criticism of your fellow sect members? Continue to silently endure the cold treatment of the sect elders? Meng Yao narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists subconsciously. Although her fellow sect members hadn't said anything in front of her all these years, they had talked a lot behind her back. She was well aware of all this. Cold treatment, mockery, criticism. These words from the Moonlight Sword Immortal had indeed poked at the sore spot in Meng Yao's heart. The Moonlight Sword Immortal said, We're already here. Are we going to shrink back at the last minute? Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we have to give it a try. Look at these true spirit experts around you. Listen to the heaven's favorites they're talking about. The Moonlight Sword Immortal pointed around with an excited expression and said in high spirits, If we were in the Divine Firmament Immortal realm, how would we have the chance to see these supreme true spirits and come into contact with so many experts? Meng Yao, this is a rare opportunity for the two of us. If we seize this opportunity, not only will our injuries recover, but we can also use this opportunity to network and get to know the supreme true spirits of many super worlds. When we return to the Divine Firmament Immortal realm, who would dare to look down on us? Meng Yao was tempted by the Moonlight Sword Immortal's words. The Moonlight Sword Immortal continued, Although you and I have lost our reputation in the heaven domain, not many people in the 3,000 realms know about this. With your skills as the Guqin Immortal, you can amaze the world with just a few songs. Are you afraid that you won't be able to make friends with any supreme true spirits? Meng Yao nodded. A glimmer of light flashed across her eyes, and her confidence increased. Along the way, just by witnessing with their own eyes, they had seen several supreme true spirits that were the center of attention appear, causing countless exclamations of surprise. They had also heard the names of many supreme true spirits from the mouths of others. The #1 true spirit of the Heavenly Eye race, and also the number 1 person on the battle merit jade tablet, Xiaofan. The supreme true spirit of the stone race, Sherpa. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden were of the same mind. When the two of them worked together, they were invincible among their peers. The Moonlight Sword Immortal said, and that's Su Zhu from the Sword World. She's young and only at the Kongming stage, but she has already become the peak master of the 9th sword peak. What kind of talent is this? Meng Yao nodded and said, I just heard that this Su Zhu killed the supreme true spirit of the heavenly eye race 1,000 years ago when she was still at the heavenly human stage. She has a deep grudge with the heavenly eye race. I'm afraid there will be a battle this time. The Moonlight Sword Immortal said, no matter who wins or loses, if we have the chance to meet, we have to make friends with them. As a sword cultivator, I have quite a bit of experience in the sword Dao. I should be able to talk to the peak master of the 9th sword peak. Meng Yao felt a surge of anticipation in her heart. She said, I'll listen to you. Let's pay a visit to the Protoss first. If there's a chance to recover, everything will be fine. Chapter 2847. In the Celestial Tribute Realm, the residence of the Protoss. Nian Qi must have informed him earlier. After Su Zimo arrived and explained the purpose of his visit, a Protoss brought him to a house. Nian Qi had been waiting inside for a long time. When she saw Su Zimo arrive, she suppressed her excitement and joy and pretended to be calm. When the Protoss left and only the two of them were left in the room, Nian Qi completely released the true emotions in her heart. Her eyes were red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. This separation had been too long for her. Over the years, she was in the light world. Although she was surrounded by Protoss with the same blood flowing in her veins, she was never happy and could not find a sense of belonging. It was not until the moment she reunited with Su Zimo that her heart truly settled down. Su Zimo's gaze was gentle. Although Nian Qi had grown up, Su Zimo still looked at her the same way as before. There was no need for pleasantries between the two of them. After taking a seat, they each talked about their experiences after ascending. Nian Qi had set up restrictions around the room in advance with the help of the power of faith on the crown, so she was not afraid of others spying on them. The two of them reunited after a long separation and had countless things to say in their hearts. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. From Nian Qi's mouth, Su Zimo heard some secrets about the light world. The light world had once given birth to a great emperor who founded the light era. Because of this, the light world's reputation and strength in the medium-class world had reached the peak, like the sun in the sky. However, legend had it that because of a catastrophe, the great emperor of light finally fell, causing the light world to decline. The reason why Su Zimo talked about this was because when Wu Dao's original body was transcending the 10th tribulation of the true martial tribulation, there were several humanoid tribulations that descended. One of them was blooming with golden light and surging with golden blood, very similar to the Protoss. Su Zimo could already confirm that a few of them were great emperors from the previous epoch. Through Nian Qi, Su Zimo was also certain that the figure that appeared in the heavenly tribulation of the true martial realm was the former great emperor of light. These great emperors seemed to have a common trait. He would not have a good ending. The fall of these great emperors was related to a calamity that swept through the 3,000 worlds and affected all living beings. Demon Master, Lord of Hell, Brahma Ghost Mother, Sinister Devil, Sinful Spirit, Celestial World, Celestial Court. If this catastrophe was caused by the Demon Lord, and the great emperors of the medium-class worlds fought against it, then what role did the Celestial Tribute World and the Celestial Court play in it? Fragments of information appeared in Su Zimo's mind. However, these fragments were still unable to piece together the final truth. While Su Zimo was deep in thought, Nian Qi continued, however, in the Dark Era after the Radiant Era, the Radiant World rose rapidly again, once again becoming one of the super great realms. The Dark Age. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the 10th tribulation of Araki Takashi's heavenly tribulation, there was indeed a figure shrouded in darkness that accompanied the arrival of the Radiant Emperor. If one were to say that there had once been an era of darkness, that figure should be the Dark Emperor. It should be so. Since there was a radiant world in the 3,000 worlds, there should be a dark world. Su Zimo pondered for a while and suddenly asked, there doesn't seem to be a dark world in the 3,000 worlds now? Nian Qi nodded and said, after the fall of the Dark Emperor, the once prosperous Dark World was completely annihilated in that calamity. This. Su Zimo was shocked. A world that had once given birth to a great emperor was erased from the upper realm just like that, without leaving a trace. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lord Nianqi. Someone called softly. What's the matter? Nian Qi frowned slightly. She and Su Zimo hadn't seen each other for a long time and they still had a lot to talk about, so she didn't want to be disturbed. Naturally, she was unhappy when she heard the knock on the door. Nian Qi had the royal blood of the Protoss flowing in her body, so her status was indeed noble. The Protoss outside the door was quite respectful. He just stood at the door and said, there are 2 perfected immortals from the heaven realm outside the door. They said that they came to visit the divine son and goddess with gifts and their attitude is quite sincere. Lord Minghui isn't here, so I came to ask Lord Nianqi some questions. No. Without even thinking, Nian Qi rejected him casually. She didn't want to waste any time on these irrelevant people. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that they were from the heaven realm. Could it be chess deity Junyu? But if it was Junyu, why would she come to visit the divine son and goddess with gifts? This didn't seem like Junyu's style. Who are they from the heaven realm? Su Zimo asked casually. The Protoss outside replied, I heard that they are from the divine firmament celestial realm. One of them is called Moonlight, and the other is called the Zither deity. She's one of the 4 great fairies of the heaven realm. Oh. Su Zimo raised his eyebrows slightly. Young master, you know them? Nian Qi noticed Su Zimo's strange expression and asked softly. Of course I know them. Su Zimo smiled and briefly explained the feud between the 2 of them. Then, he said meaningfully, Nian Qi, it's good that you go and meet them. In the guest hall of the Protoss's residence. The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao waited patiently. They were quite nervous, as if the passage of time had slowed down a lot. After an unknown period of time, a woman in a golden robe walked out from the depths of the residence. She wore a golden crown on her head, and her beauty was flawless and noble. The Moonlight Sword Immortal's eyes lit up when he saw this person. Although he had never seen Nian Qi before, he immediately recognized the identity of goddess Nian Qi when he saw the Protoss's crown. The Moonlight Sword Immortal hurriedly got up and bowed slightly to Nian Qi. I'm Moonlight from the heaven realm. Greetings to Lord Nian Qi. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed a peerless beauty. Mengyao felt nauseous when she heard this. The Moonlight Sword Immortal had only found out about Nian Qi's name after arriving at Sky Worship Island, but now he was acting shamelessly. Mengyao also stood up and bowed. I'm Mengyao from the heaven realm. Greetings to Lord Nian Qi. Nian Qi smiled and nodded to the 2 of them. He sat on the main seat and said casually, I'm the one who's heard of your names. Before the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao could react, Nian Qi said again, please take a seat. The Moonlight Sword Immortal was flattered when she heard this. Lord Nian Qi has heard of me? The Moonlight Sword Immortal was secretly delighted and couldn't help but ask. She didn't expect that her name had already spread to the light world. Even the Moonlight Sword Immortal herself found it unbelievable. She didn't seem to have done anything shocking that could spread to the heaven realm and even let a goddess know about her. I've heard a friend mention it. Nian Qi nodded slightly and said lightly. Chapter 28-48. He had heard a friend mention it before. Nian Qi's words made the Moonlight Sword Immortal's heart calm down. Originally, the Moonlight Sword Immortal did not have much confidence in this trip. But now, seeing Goddess Nian Qi's attitude towards him, he suddenly felt more confident. At the side, Meng Yao frowned. Her mind was more sensitive, and she vaguely felt that Goddess Nian Qi's words seemed to have some deeper meaning. However, she could not figure it out at the moment. Nian Qi said, "Fellow Taoist Su Zhu is here as a guest, so she came out a little late. Please forgive her." Fellow Taoist Su Zhu? The Moonlight Sword Immortal's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "Are you the peak master of the 9th sword peak?" "Yes." Nian Qi nodded and asked, "You know her?" The Moonlight Sword Immortal smiled and raised her voice, saying, "Although I have never met fellow Taoist Su Zhu, who in the 3,000 realms doesn't know the name of the peak master of the 9th sword peak? Fellow Taoist Su Zhu and I are both sword cultivators, and can be considered as kindred spirits. It's a pity that we did not have the chance to meet. This time, I came to the celestial realm to find an opportunity to pay you a visit." Meng Yao was also pleasantly surprised. The two of them were just talking about Su Zhu of the Sword Realm, but they did not expect to hear about Su Zhu of the Sword Realm from the Protoss. If they could make friends with fellow Taoist Su Zhu in the Protoss, it would be killing two birds with one stone. At this point, Meng Yao also stood up and said, "I have admired fellow Taoist Su Zhu for a long time. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I am quite knowledgeable in the Tao of the Zither. If there is a chance, I am willing to play a song for Lord Nian Qi and fellow Taoist Su Zhu. I hope you too can appreciate it." With Meng Yao's reputation as a Zither immortal, she had never been so humble as to take the initiative to play a song for others. But now, in order to get to know experts in the celestial realm and make connections, she could not care less. Nian Qi smiled but did not say anything. The Moonlight Sword Immortal coughed lightly and said, "This may be a little presumptuous, but if fellow Taoist Su Zhu is here, why don't you invite him out so that we can meet him in person?" "Sure." Nian Qi casually agreed. The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao were overjoyed. "We'll talk about this later." Nian Qi suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Why are you here?" The Moonlight Sword Immortal immediately retracted her smile and said seriously, "The immortal sects that the two of us belong to in the Heaven Realm are righteous sections. We take it upon ourselves to uphold justice and slay demons and devils. Who would have thought that we would be severely injured by a great devil who would stop at nothing and suffer eternal damnation? Alas!" The Moonlight Sword Immortal sighed. She grabbed her empty sleeve and said, "That demon has sinister intentions. He intentionally spared our lives and used his divine power to destroy our minds and wills. He wants us to submit to him." Naturally, he had prepared this speech long ago. His goal was to gain the sympathy of the Protoss. Meng Yao also said, "Back then, I had a Zither duel with a Zither demon. It was a fair competition of Zither skills. However, the Zither demon lost and became angry out of humiliation. The great demon behind the Zither demon attacked and injured me." Of course, these words were also distorting the truth. Back then, in the battle under the Jianmu mountain, the Zither immortal lost and became angry out of humiliation. She wanted to sneak up on the Zither demon, Chiu Siluo, but was stopped by Araki Takashi and slapped in the face. Such details were probably only seen by those who were present. The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao dared to speak without thinking because they were certain that Goddess Nian Qi, who was far away in the light world, would not know the details of the battle in the Jianmu mountain range. Nian Qi said, "In that case, what happened to the two of you is indeed regrettable. This girl looks so young. She is indeed easy to deceive." The Moonlight Sword Immortal saw that Nian Qi's tone was friendly and secretly rejoiced. She continued, "We heard that the royal family of the Protoss is skilled in a kind of healing technique. It is unparalleled in the world and can remove the divine power left behind by eternal damnation. Therefore, we came here to plead with Lord Nian Qi to help us get rid of the pain of eternal damnation. As she approached, the Moonlight Sword Immortal hurriedly took off her storage bag and said, "I have already prepared a generous gift. Please kindly accept it, Lord Nian Qi." Meng Yao also hurriedly handed over the storage bag she had prepared. Nian Qi did not take it. He only smiled and asked, "If the two of you recover from your injuries, what do you plan to do next?" Hearing the words, "recover from their injuries," the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao were excited. From Goddess Nian Qi's tone, it seemed that she wanted to help them. The Moonlight Sword Immortal hurriedly knelt down and saluted Nian Qi. She said with a respectful expression, "If Lord Nian Qi is willing to help us heal our injuries, I am willing to listen to Lord Nian Qi's orders from now on without any objections." When Meng Yao saw the Moonlight Sword Immortal kneeling on the ground, she could not stand aside and could only force herself to kneel down. The Moonlight Sword Immortal continued, "Of course, if I recover from my injuries, the first thing I will do is to return to the Heaven Realm and seek revenge on that demon." However, the Moonlight Sword Immortal had other thoughts. Now that she had said all the good things, if she recovered from her injuries, she would have a chance to advance to the Grotto Heaven Realm and become a celestial king when she returned to the Heaven Realm. As for the matter of being sent to the Heaven Realm as mentioned today, it naturally did not happen. Revenge? A hint of imperceptible mockery flashed across Nian Qi's eyes. He asked, "Can you defeat him?" The Moonlight Sword Immortal opened her mouth. That insufferably arrogant and invincible figure under the builder tree appeared in her mind. She once again felt immense pressure, as if a nightmare was shrouding her, and her heart palpitated. The words that were about to come out of her mouth could not be said for a moment. At the side, Meng Yao's expression was cold. She suddenly said, "We can't defeat that demon now, but we can cut off his wings first." That demon established the Heaven Baron sect in the demon territory of the Heaven Realm. It is full of heinous demon cultivators. If we can recover from our injuries and regain our battle strength, we must destroy that Heaven Baron sect. Of course, Meng Yao wanted to do more than that. She wanted to destroy the Heaven Baron sect and kill the Guqin demon. The Guqin demon had already become her inner demon. Only by killing the Guqin demon would she have a chance to advance further. She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. "Destroy the Heaven Baron sect," Nian Qi said faintly, expressionless. When the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao heard Nian Qi's tone, they felt that something was wrong. Before the two of them could react, they heard Nian Qi say, "The two of you just wanted to meet fellow Taoist Su Zhu, right?" "Yes." The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao hurriedly nodded. Nian Qi said, "He's already here. He's right behind you." The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao were shocked. From the corner of their eyes, they did catch a glimpse of a figure sitting not far behind them. When did this person enter the hall and sit there? The two of them did not notice at all. The two of them were surprised and delighted. They hurriedly turned their heads and raised their hands. Just as they were about to bow, they suddenly froze on the spot and widened their eyes. The surprise from just now disappeared instantly. It was replaced by endless shock. Chapter 2849. That person had black hair and was dressed in a green robe. He had delicate features and was sitting on the chair like a weak scholar in the mortal world. He was looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. Hiss. When the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Meng Yao saw this person, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end and their scalps tingled. You. The Moonlight Sword Immortal's voice trembled slightly. She seemed to have countless words to say in her heart, but she could not say a single word. Meng Yao's face also turned pale. What's going on? Su Zimo? Wasn't this person sent to the emperor's tomb by the patriarch of the academy and killed? Su Zimo and Su Zhu are actually the same person. How can this be? How did he become the peak master of the ninth sword peak? Why is he here? What is his relationship with goddess Nian Qi? Countless questions exploded in her mind. Mengyao only felt that her mind was in a mess. She could not figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Su Zimo sat there while the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao knelt on the ground. The three of them looked at each other. The entire hall suddenly became absolutely silent. The Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao suddenly realized that the ant that they thought they could easily trample to death had grown to such a level. You really shouldn't have come. Su Zimo slowly got up and looked at the two of them calmly. The two of them had a deep grudge and could not tolerate each other like fire and water. He did not intend to be polite with them. His first sentence revealed his killing intent. Back in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, the two of them had plotted to kill him several times. In the end, it was Wu Dao's real body that attacked and severely injured them. Moreover, the two of them knew that he was Qinglian's real body. All the more he could not let the two of them leave alive. Both the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao were vengeful people. When Nian Qi asked them what they planned to do after their injuries recovered, the two of them did not hide their intentions. Mengyao even threatened to attack the Heaven Baron sect. Su Zimo would not give them any more chances. You are Su Zhu. The Moonlight Sword Immortal stood up with a thud, her expression constantly changing as she stared fixedly at Su Zimo and gritted her teeth. Although he had come to his senses, he could not understand how the so-called peak master of the ninth sword peak in Sword World was actually Su Zimo. It was said that when Su Zimo died, he had just stepped into the True One realm. It had only been a few years, and he had already reached the Kongming stage. The Moonlight Sword Immortal would never associate the Sword World Peak Master at the Kongming stage with a dead person like Su Zimo. Su Zimo walked slowly towards the two of them. You, what do you want? The Moonlight Sword Immortal looked at the approaching Su Zimo, and her heart trembled. She put on a brave front and shouted, "This is the Celestial Tribute Realm, private fights are not allowed. This is a private residence." Su Zimo said indifferently, "Killing people here is invalid according to the rules of the Celestial Tribute Realm." In just a few breaths' time, the Moonlight Sword Immortal was already sweating profusely. Hearing this, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. If it was the old him, perhaps he would not be like this. But now, he had been tortured beyond redemption for many years, his injuries had yet to heal, and he had lost an arm. Facing Su Zimo, who was also the peak master of the ninth sword peak in Sword World and a ruthless person who had killed a supreme true spirit, he was already scared out of his wits. Su Zimo, Junior Brother Su, the Moonlight Sword Immortal changed the way he addressed Su Zimo 3 times in a row, trying hard to squeeze out a smile. The previous grudge was really a misunderstanding. Su Zimo did not seem to hear anything, and continued to walk forward, getting closer and closer to the two. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy. But when they fell into the Moonlight Sword Immortal's ears, it was like a death sentence from hell. "Lord Nian Qi, I beg you." Seeing that Su Zimo was unmoved, the Moonlight Sword Immortal turned to look at Nian Qi in a panic, and said somewhat incoherently, "This is the Protoss, he's in Sword World, no, it's heaven. He can't kill people here." Nian Qi looked down at the Moonlight Sword Immortal with a cold expression. "I forgot to tell you something. I also came from Tianhuang mainland in the lower realm. I've been with young master for many years, and I see him as my most important kin. If you make him your enemy, you're making me your enemy." This sentence was equivalent to extinguishing the last hope in the Moonlight Sword Immortal's heart. Mengyao was originally standing at the side with her head lowered, as if she had already accepted her fate. But after hearing Nian Qi's words, a murderous intent suddenly flashed in her lowered eyes. Meng Yao turned around abruptly, and with a move, she pounced toward Nian Qi, who was sitting on the high seat behind her. Her speed was astonishing. Since the two of them had been together for many years in the lower realm, it meant that Nian Qi was equally important to Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo was only at the Kongming stage, he had killed a supreme true spirit after all. His fierce reputation was too great, and Meng Yao did not dare to fight with him. But the goddess Nian Qi behind her had only just stepped into the true self stage. As long as she could restrain Nian Qi at the first moment, Su Zimo could be wary of her. This might be her only chance at survival. She did not want to die, nor did she want to lose. At least, she could not lose to Su Zimo, someone she had once regarded as an ant. Meng Yao's movement technique was very fast. This time, she had released almost all of her strength. But no matter how fast his movement technique was, he was not as fast as a jade-green sword light. A jade-green sword light flashed, and although it was launched later, it arrived first and sank into Meng Yao's body. Poof! Accompanied by a spurt of blood, the sword light instantly pierced through her chest. Meng Yao's body swayed. She looked at the goddess Nian Qi, who was close at hand, but she could not gather any strength in her body. Her qi and blood were rapidly dissipating. The sword wound on her chest was not fatal. However, the terrifying sword intent contained within this sword light suddenly exploded within her body. Deathly stillness, gloominess, lethargy, instantly enveloped her entire body. In a daze, she felt as if she had been buried in a tomb. Her life force was rapidly flowing away, and her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Meng Yao could not hold on any longer, and she fell limply to the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard by Meng Yao's ear. Immediately after, there was the sound of bones cracking. The Moonlight Sword Immortal's figure fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and came to her side. The next moment, the footsteps that sounded like the god of death were heard again. Not long after, that familiar figure and face appeared in front of the two of them. He looked down at the two people who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. I can't accept this. The veil on Meng Yao's face had long been torn apart by the sword qi, revealing her scarred face. She glared at Su Zimo with hatred. Because she was too strong, the wounds on her face were slightly red. When they gathered together, she looked even more ferocious. What's there to be unhappy about? Su Zimo's tone was calm. If I had not been injured by Araki Takashi, you might not have been able to defeat me in today's battle. Meng Yao gritted her teeth. Su Zimo, don't be so smug. I lost to Araki Takashi, but I did not lose to you. I am the Zither Immortal. How can I lose to a servant like you? Who do you think Araki Takashi is? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Meng Yao was stunned. She did not understand what Su Zimo meant. The next moment, two balls of purple flames slowly appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. In a daze, that peerless and invincible purple-robed figure gradually overlapped with the handsome scholar in front of her. Chapter 2850. It's him, it's actually him, Araki Takashi, how could it be? Scenes flashed before Meng Yao's eyes, as if she had returned to the Dragon Abyss planet, when she first met Su Zimo. At that time, Su Zimo was like an ant that she could casually trample to death. She did not even have a deep impression of this ant. She would never have thought that after so many years, that weak ant would grow to such an extent that she had to look up to him. On the Dragon Abyss planet, Su Zimo, the Moonlight Sword Immortal, and Meng Yao met for the first time. And now, it was the three of them again. Everything was like reincarnation. The grudges between the three of them would finally come to an end at this moment. At this moment, Su Zimo's expression changed, and he glanced sideways, as if he had sensed something. Stop. A stern shout came from outside the main hall. The Moonlight Sword Immortal had been beaten by Su Zimo until his bones were broken, his chi and blood were scattered, and his vitality was waning. Hearing this voice, a ball of vitality burst forth from his eyes again, and he used the last of his strength to shout loudly, "Save me!" Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, and he was unmoved. He flicked his fingertips lightly. Two extremely sharp sword chi instantly sank into the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao's glabella, piercing through their primordial spirits. Immediately after, a man in golden armor and holding a giant sword walked into the main hall. He looked at the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao, who had just been killed by Su Zimo, with a gloomy expression. Nian Qi frowned, and his expression was grave. He hurriedly sent a message to Su Zimo with his divine sense, saying, "It's divine son Ming Hui. How dare you kill people in the territory of the Protoss?" Divine son Ming Hui stared at Su Zimo, and the chi and blood in his body rose, bursting forth with golden light. He raised the giant sword in his hand, and his killing intent soared. "Ming Hui, this is a misunderstanding." Nian Qi moved and stood in front of Su Zimo. He opened his arms and said to Ming Hui, "These two from the heaven realm came to visit, but they had ill intentions and wanted to attack me. It was Taoist Su Zhu who saved me." These words were not nonsense. Earlier, Mengyao had indeed wanted to kidnap Nian Qi to threaten Su Zimo. Oh! Divine Son Ming Hui didn't put down the giant sword in his hand. He pointed at Su Zimo from afar, and the murderous intent in his eyes didn't dissipate. He asked, "I asked you to stop. Why didn't you listen to me? Who are you?" Su Zimo asked calmly. Divine Son Ming Hui's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "Su Zhu, do you believe that I can kill you right now? You won't be able to leave this place alive. You can try." Su Zimo's tone was still calm, but his words were tit for tat, and he didn't back down. Divine Son Ming Hui had been catching up with a few supreme true spirits outside. When he heard that Nian Qi had met an old friend in the celestial tribute world and acted very intimately, he hurried back. Therefore, even if the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao didn't appear, he was still full of hostility towards Su Zimo. He had long regarded Nian Qi as one of his own. Any appearance of the opposite sex around Nian Qi would alert him. Su Zimo naturally didn't care about Divine Son Ming Hui's threat. He wasn't afraid of any opponents of the same level. This was the Protoss private residence. Even if the Protoss kings were to attack, Su Zimo was confident that he could escape unscathed. In the celestial tribute world, he couldn't release his Grotto Heaven. Without the restrictions of the Grotto Heaven, even a divine king couldn't trap him. "Ming Hui, you can't blame Daoist Su Zhu for this." Nian Qi looked at Divine Son Ming Hui and emphasized each word. Divine Son Ming Hui didn't say a word and just stared at Su Zimo without blinking. The more Nian Qi protected Su Zimo, the more murderous his heart was. Both sides were in a deadlock for a while. Divine Son Ming Hui suddenly put away his giant sword and laughed. "There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll have the chance to experience your sword Dao." After saying that, Divine Son Ming Hui didn't bother and turned to leave. "Nian Qi, I'll go back first." The two chatted for a long time. After this incident, Su Zimo couldn't continue to stay in the Protoss. "I'll send you off." Nian Qi escorted Su Zimo out of the Protoss residence and warned, "Young master, you have to be careful of Ming Hui. This person is narrow-minded. Although he didn't make things difficult for you today, I'm afraid he has other tricks up his sleeve." "It's okay." Su Zimo smiled and said, "Whatever tricks he has, I'll take them all." On the other side, Divine Son Ming Hui left the meeting hall and stopped smiling. He squinted his eyes and looked gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Lord Ming Hui. The divine servant who had followed him for many years came out and saw Divine Son Ming Hui's intention. He asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you kill Su Zhu just now?" Divine Sun Minghui shook his head slightly and said, I have to kill him. But now isn't the best time to kill him. After all, he's the peak master of the 9th sword peak. If he dies in the Protoss residence, even if it's a fair fight, it'll be easy for people to talk about it. Moreover, Nian Qi is here. If I attack Su Zhu, Nian Qi will definitely stop me. I'm afraid it'll be over in the end. The divine servant thought for a while and said, "My lord, you mean to attack him in the evil demon battlefield?" "Yes." Divine Sun Minghui said, "Nian Qi won't enter the evil demon battlefield this time. No matter what happens in the evil demon battlefield, outsiders can't interfere. Moreover, if I kill him openly in front of everyone, the Sword Realm can only admit defeat. It's all because Su Zhu's sword Dao isn't good enough and his skills are inferior." After pausing for a while, Divine Sun Minghui's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "Moreover, I don't have to do it myself if I want to kill him." "Oh?" The divine servant looked confused and asked, "What do you mean, my lord?" "The 2 people who died just now are from the Heaven Realm." Divine Sun Minghui said, "Later, you will spread the news that they died under Su Zhu's sword. As far as I know, a supreme true spirit from the Heaven Realm is now on Celestial Worship Island." Needless to say, the divine servant understood. His eyes lit up and said, "My lord, you want to kill with a borrowed knife?" Divine Sun Minghui smiled and nodded. The divine servant then frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "However, as far as I know, there are 3 domains in the Heaven Realm. Just the celestial domain alone is called the 9 Heavens Immortal Domain. There are many sects and forces that fight for themselves. If the 2 people who died just now have nothing to do with the supreme true spirit from the Heaven Realm, she might not avenge them, right?" "Huh. You don't know this." Divine Sun Minghui chuckled and asked, "Who is the supreme true spirit from the Heaven Realm? Do you know?" "I heard it was a woman named Junyu. She was dressed like a Taoist nun and carried a huge square chessboard on her back," the divine servant answered. Divine Sun Minghui said, "This Junyu has another title. She is one of the 4 fairies in the Heaven Realm, the chess deity. And the one who died just now is another one of the 4 fairies, the zither deity." "Ah." The divine servant suddenly understood. Divine Sun Minghui smiled and said, "Both of them are from the divine firmament immortal domain and are among the 4 fairies. Would you believe me if I said they had nothing to do with each other? I heard that the chess deity is extremely belligerent. Now that the zither deity is dead, how could the chess deity sit by and do nothing? When the time comes, we just need to watch the show from the sidelines. My lord is brilliant." The divine servant praised. Chapter 2851. Su Zimo had only taken care of the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao in passing. He had another goal in mind for this trip to the Sky Tribute world. Moreover, the Moonlight Sword Immortal and Mengyao were no longer a threat to him. They weren't strong opponents at all. On the way back to Sword World's residence, many cultivators noticed him and whispered among themselves with odd expressions. "Have you heard? The Heavenly Eye clan has also arrived in the Sky Tribute world. Xiaofan, first on the Jade Steel of War merit, is also here. He's announced that he's going to kill Su Zhu of Sword World's 9th peak in the Fiend battlefield. I wonder how many rounds he can last against Xiaofan. That'll depend on when Xiaofan unleashes his full strength. If he uses the 6 paths of reincarnation right away, he'll probably end the battle in 1 round." Su Zimo remained calm under the crowd's watchful gazes, without the slightest hint of pressure before a great battle. The Sky Tribute world's opening this time had gathered the true spirit experts of all 3,000 worlds. Several great battles had been brewing over the past few days and had become a hot topic of discussion. The most heated topic was, of course, the battle between the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and the sinful spirits. When the time came, a bloody battle would erupt on the fiend battlefield. It was very likely that all 10 of the great fiends would die in this battle. The clash between Fengzi, the Phoenix Maiden, and the Dragon's Girl, Longli, was also the focus of everyone's attention. There was also the battle between the 2 true spirits of the Kuan and Peng realms. The enmity between the Stone Clan and Sword World. True spirits from the Blood Realm, Golden Crow Realm, Barbarian Realm, Shaman Realm, and other super-major realms, even the Giant Realm, Poison Realm, Tomb Realm, Star Realm, and other higher realms had arrived. Currently, there were already more than 100 supreme true spirits gathered on Heaven Venerate Island. The battle between Su Zimo and the top true spirit of the Heavenly Eye clan, Xiaofan, was also one of the most anticipated battles. When Su Zimo returned to Sword World's residence, Lu Yun and the other peak lords, as well as Lin Xuanjun, Yun Ting, and the other disciples of Sword World, gathered around him. Lu Yun and the others wore grave expressions. Brother Su, Xiaofan of the Celestial Eye clan has arrived. There's still time to return to the Sword World. Once we enter the evil demon battlefield, no matter what happens inside, we won't be able to help. I'm fine. Su Zimo smiled and said, "Everyone, relax. Just watch the battle from the outside." Lu Yun and the others were even more nervous than Su Zimo. Yulan muttered, "The situation this time is unprecedented. All the true spirit realm experts of the 3,000 worlds have gathered, and more than 100 supreme true spirits have entered the battlefield at the same time. There are too many variables. Originally, if you were to join hands with Sun Zhen, there shouldn't be any danger in the demonic battlefield. However, it would appear that it is very hard to say. Although Xiaofan is the only true spirit left of the Celestial Eye clan, the Stone Clan will also have their eyes on you. Xuanjun might not be able to help you then. In the end, you may still have to face Xiaofan alone. Don't worry about me, I only have one request." Su Zimo's gaze shifted to Lin Xuanjun. "If you see that the situation isn't right, take out the Sky Tribute medallion and leave immediately. Don't hesitate." This, Lin Xuanjun frowned slightly and opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Su Zimo waved a hand. "If something really happens that I can't handle, you'll only distract me if you stay. Take care of yourself." Seeing that Su Zimo had made up his mind, the others didn't try to persuade him otherwise. Time trickled by. More and more true spirit realm experts gathered in the Sky Tribute world. As time went on, the number of true spirits that had arrived gradually reached saturation. At this moment, an emotionless voice resounded above Heaven Venerate Island. "True spirits of all worlds, prepare yourselves. The demonic battlefield is about to open." Whoosh! The crowd on Sky Tribute Island boiled over. In an instant, countless true spirit realm experts left their residences and surged toward Sky Tribute Pavilion like carps crossing the river. Among them were true spirits preparing to enter the demonic battlefield, but even more were spectators. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Tribute Square was filled with people. It was a dark mass of people, packed with people. The restrictions on entering the demonic battlefield were still the same. Only 10 people could enter each world. This way, the strength of the various worlds could be balanced to the greatest extent, and there wouldn't be a situation of relying on numbers to hunt on a large scale in the demonic battlefield. Not long after the Sword World group arrived, a commotion came from the crowd behind. As though they felt some immense deterrence, the originally crowded crowd actually retreated to the sides, opening up a path. Not far away, the Heavenly Eye race group slowly walked over. Their leader was dressed in black and white Taoist robes. His long hair fluttered, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His expression was cold, and his eyes were tightly shut. However, his direction wasn't wrong at all as he headed straight for the Sword World group. There was a blood scar on that person's glabella that emitted a shuddering aura. The surrounding true spirits merely caught a glimpse of that blood scar by accident and were alarmed, feeling as though their gazes and spirit consciousnesses were about to be devoured by that blood scar. Even the bloodlines in their bodies were stirring, as though they were about to burst out of their bodies. How terrifying! That's the eye of reincarnation. Exclamations came from the crowd. Many true spirits closed their eyes one after another. Over the past few days, more and more information about Xiaofan had appeared. It was said that the heavenly eye race had three major ocular techniques: the eye of destruction, the double pupil, and the eye of reincarnation. Among them, the eye of reincarnation was the strongest. Xiaofan had yet to truly comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had merely used the yin-yang eye to break through the barrier of yin and yang and caught a glimpse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thereafter, Xiaofan made use of that experience to cultivate his heavenly eye into the eye of reincarnation. In other words, Xiaofan had used his heavenly eye to channel the supreme power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Seeing was better than hearing about it. Xiaoyan's name had long spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was only at this moment that the true spirits truly felt how terrifying the person who ranked first on the battle merit Jade Steel was. The pressure that came from him was suffocating. World of Wudong. A man in a scarlet robe frowned slightly when he saw the bloodstain between Xiaoyan's brows. A ball of fire gradually appeared in his phoenix eyes. He actually felt a slight stab of pain in his eyes. The woman beside him suddenly reached out her hand. Their palms touched, and 2 balls of fire appeared in the eyes of the man and woman. The stab of pain in the man's eyes disappeared. Of course, there were some true spirits in the crowd who could withstand the pressure. In fact, there were even some people that were able to maintain their calm when facing Xiaofan. Su Zimo was one of them. He looked at the bloodstain between Xiaoyan's brows and tilted his head slightly. A hint of interest even appeared on his face, as though he was deep in thought. Right at this moment, Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as though heaven and earth had just opened. His gaze locked onto Su Zimo. Chapter 2852. Xiaoyan's eyes, one black and one white, exuded a mysterious power that seemed to shift yin and yang, turning heaven and earth upside down. Don't look at his eyes. The voices of the various kings sounded from the crowd, reminding the true spirits behind them. Xiaoyan's yin and yang eyes didn't look at anyone else, only at Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo dodged a little, Su Zimo would be at a disadvantage in their first clash. When the two met again in the fiend battlefield, Xiaofan would have the psychological advantage. The battle between the two had already begun the moment Xiaofan stepped into Sky Tribute Square. However, it was unexpected. Su Zimo didn't dodge or wait. He only looked at Xiaofan with a smile that wasn't a smile, thinking of something interesting. Xiaofan frowned imperceptibly. He was indeed surprised by Su Zimo's reaction. Although he hadn't released the true power of his yin and yang eyes just now, his eyes contained the power of yin and yang. If an ordinary true spirit's gaze were to come into contact with it, their vision and mind would be affected. If they kept staring at his yin and yang eyes, they might even go blind. However, Su Zimo's eyes were clear as he looked at his yin and yang eyes. From beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. He wasn't affected at all. This was a bit strange. Xiaofan naturally didn't know that Su Zimo's eyes each hid 2 mysterious stones, Zhu Zhao and Yuing. If one said that Xiaoyan's eyes only contained a wisp of yin and yang power. Zhu Zhao and Yuing were the ancestors of yin and yang. After all, they were still in Sky Tribute Square, so it was impossible for the two to have a real confrontation. Xiaofan didn't get any benefits, so he withdrew his gaze and pointed at a giant screen in the square, saying, "Su Zhu, I'll wait for you in the 7th area of the fiend battlefield." Everyone's spirits rose when they heard this. The fiend battlefield had a total of 10 areas. Normally speaking, the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds would land in different areas. The battle between the two could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. If the two of them had landed in different regions and wanted to meet in the demonic battlefield, who knew how long they would have had to wait? The people on the battlefield might not have had the chance to personally witness this unparalleled battle between two supreme true spirits. Now, if both sides agreed to fight in District 7, everyone would have a target. Once they entered the demonic battlefield and rushed to District 7 at the same time, they would have a chance to see this battle. Su Zimo smiled but said nothing. Xia Lei, don't worry, I'll give you a fair chance to fight. If you're not confident, you can team up with Lin Xuanzhen. I'll take both of you on. Whoosh! There was a commotion in the crowd. Xia Yin's words were too domineering and confident. He wanted to fight two supreme true spirits by himself. If someone else had said this, it might have attracted some doubt, but when it came from Xia Yin's mouth, everyone felt that it was reasonable. You can't catch it. Su Zimo said calmly. Huh? Xia Yin raised his head and laughed out loud, as if he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Exclamation point. A sneer came from the blood realm. The leader was wearing a red robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. He was the supreme true spirit of the blood vine race, Xiaofan. The blood realm was also a super realm. Xiaofan was also an expert on the battle merit jade tablet and had some reputation in the 3,000 worlds. Brother Xiaofan, what are you laughing at? Divine Sun Minghui was familiar with Xiaofan, so he pretended not to know. Xiaofan pursed his lips and waved his folding fan. He said leisurely, some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think that they can compete with Brother Xia just because they've comprehended a supreme divine power. They don't know that they're nothing more than a clown. Oh? Divine Sun Minghui pretended to be surprised and asked, Brother Xue, you don't think highly of the 9th Sword Peak Master? Brother Xue, he's a peak master with a noble status and looks down on everyone. A few days ago, he even killed 2 cultivators from the heaven world at my place. He's very arrogant. Of course, I think highly of him. Xiaofan smiled mysteriously and changed the topic. I think highly of him, but he'll be killed by Brother Xia within 10 moves. Sherpa from the Stone Realm, who had a grudge with the Sword Realm, grinned and said, I bet that he'll die within 5 moves. Ha! Divine Sun Minghui laughed loudly. The true spirits of the 3,000 worlds were gathered there, and not many of them thought highly of Su Zimo. Moreover, Su Zimo was a junior who had risen in the past 1,000 years. He didn't know most of the supreme true spirits present, let alone be friends with them. Everyone was just watching the show. I think you're the clown. At that moment, a soft shout came from the crowd. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. Xiaofan frowned. The voice was obviously directed at him. The person who spoke was from the Flower Realm. Su Zimo also looked over and saw Immortal King Yulan, whom he had met once in the Celestial Tribute Realm, smiling at him and nodding. The woman who spoke was standing beside Yulan Immortal Emperor. She had a beautiful appearance with a hint of heroism. She seemed to be her disciple. Su Zimo's divine sense moved and felt a familiar aura from the woman. The Qinglian clan? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Yulan whispered, that should be Immortal King Yulan's disciple, Mulian. Although she's a woman, she has a reputation for heroism. Her clan should have a deep grudge with the Blood Realm. Beauty, what did you just say? When Xiaofan saw that it was a beauty who spoke, the anger on his face disappeared instantly. He licked his lips and asked with a smile. Mulian sneered and said, no matter how weak Daoist Su Zhu is, she once killed 10 opponents of the same level with her sword, including a supreme true spirit. Who do you think you are? Daoist Su Zhu at least dares to fight with Xia Yin, but you don't even have the guts to fight with Xia Yin. You're the real clown that's spouting nonsense over there. Xiaofan was not angry and said with a cheeky smile, "Beauty, do you want to make a bet? If Brother Xia defeats Su Zhu in 10 moves, you'll come over and apologize to me. How about it? What if Daoist Su Zhu survives 10 moves?" Mulian looked at Xiaofan's smiling face and felt disgusted. She made up her mind and asked loudly, "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." Xiaofan had absolute confidence in Xia Yin, so he naturally had no scruples. "Sister Mulian, you'd better not bet with him." At this moment, a young girl's voice sounded from the dragon's side. It was Long Li. Long Li said seriously, "Even if you win, that Xiaofan won't admit defeat. I heard that he's most famous for being stubborn and thick-skinned." "Little girl, what did you say?" Xiaofan's expression darkened as he asked with a frown. Long Li was not afraid. She shrugged and said, "I heard that you once obtained an ancient body refinement method called the copper skin and iron bone method. However, your blood vine clan is born with weak knees and no bones, so you can only cultivate the copper skin method. That's why your skin is as thick as a city wall." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. Xiaofan's reputation was indeed bad in the 3,000 realms, and the cultivation method he cultivated was also true. However, this interpretation, when spoken by a young girl's innocent voice, made people laugh. Chapter 2853. Who did you hear that from? Xiaofan's face flushed as he listened to the laughter around him. He stared at Long Li and questioned. "My mother." Long Li answered crisply without hesitation. "Your mother." Xiaofan opened his mouth to curse, but he suddenly felt an extremely cold killing intent. His heart went cold, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This girl's mother seemed to be the Nightmare Dragon King. Xiaofan's gaze shifted and saw a silver-haired girl beside Long Li looking at him coldly without saying a word. "Little girl, I won't lower myself to your level." Xiaofan let out a cold snort. After saying that, he no longer said anything. The dragon world was a super major world after all. He could bully and tease the girls of the flower world as he pleased, but he was extremely wary of the dragons. There weren't many dragons in the dragon world, but it was a super major world and ranked at the top of the 10,000 races. Although the Blood Vine race was also a super major world, they didn't dare cross swords with the dragons. She's right. He's indeed a weakling. He shriveled on the spot when he met the dragons. It's true that he's stubborn. It's said that he cultivated something called the sharp-tongue sword. Not only is he stubborn, but he can also shoot out sword chi from his mouth. It's also very famous for being a sharp tongue. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. Xiaofan's expression was dark and he didn't say a word. His gaze roamed over Mu Lian and he sneered from time to time. He couldn't provoke the people of the dragons, but he couldn't touch this girl from the flower world. If he entered the fiend battlefield, he would show the 10,000 races what he was capable of. Su Zimo didn't participate in this ruckus. His attention was on the crowd in Sky Tribute Square. Strangely, he hadn't seen any true spirits of the Great Wilderness Domain arrive in the past few days. He had asked Lu Yun and the others, but they didn't know much. They only guessed that the Great Wilderness Domain was in chaos due to the flames of war. Many true spirits couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't leave. Su Zimo looked around and didn't see chess goddess Junyu. At this moment, the emotionless voice sounded in Sky Tribute Square again. The fiend battlefield is officially open. Whoosh! The 10 giant screens around the square began to emit rays of light. The teleportation formations below also began to light up. Be careful. Lu Yun and the others looked at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen and reminded them once more. Under the gazes of the crowd, the true spirit experts from the 3,000 worlds stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared from the Sky Tribute Plaza. Not long after, more than half of the figures in Sky Tribute Square had disappeared. The rest were either true spirits of lower realms or a group of kings. The camps of the Sky Eye and Stone clans sandwiched Lu Yun's group in the middle. The Stone Fiend king of the Stone Fiend clan stretched out a hand and lightly chopped at his neck, taunting the Stone Fiend clan and waiting for a good show. The Cold Eye king looked at Lu Yun and the others, the blood mark between his brows glinting with a bloody light. He grinned, "Lu Yun, perhaps you still have a sliver of hope in your heart, thinking that Su Zhu has the medallion and can leave at any time if things go south." Lu Yun and the others looked on coldly, not saying a word. That was indeed what they were thinking. The Cold Eye king sighed faintly, "Unfortunately, you've misjudged the determination of the Sky Eye clan and underestimated the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation." Lu Yun frowned, his heart sinking as if he'd thought of something. The Cold Eye king continued, "As long as the two meet, Xiaofan won't test the waters, nor will he give Su Zhu any chance. He'll directly open his heavenly eye and release the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if Su Zhu has the medallion, he won't be able to use it in time. He won't be able to escape the restraints of the 6 paths of reincarnation and can only die." Lu Yun and the others from Sword World paled when they heard this. The kings of the other realms also frowned and whispered among themselves. The vast majority of supreme true spirits only comprehended one supreme divine ability. In the middle of a great battle, if they used a true spirit art, they wouldn't be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. Therefore, generally speaking, using a true spirit art was even more cautious than using a true spirit art. If Xiaofan had opened his heavenly eye and released the 6 paths of reincarnation at the beginning of the battle with Su Zimo, the battle would have ended in an extremely short period of time. This battle might not have been an earth-shattering spectacle, but it might have just been a one-sided crushing. These thoughts surfaced in the minds of the kings of the various realms. Some rejoiced in Lu Yun's misfortune, some secretly lamented, and some held a trace of anticipation. At this time, the kings of Sky Tribute Square didn't realize that their guesses weren't too far off from the actual battle. However, they'd guessed wrong, the Fiend battlefield. This time, the restrictions of the Celestial Tribute Realm were lifted. For the beings of the 3,000 realms, it was simply a hunting feast to earn battle merits. However, this was a life and death calamity for the beings of the Fiend battlefield. Beside a lake, a gentle breeze blew past, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the water. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, reflecting a disheveled man sitting casually beside the gravel beside the lake. He wore coarse hemp clothes and the corners of his clothes were soaked in the lake water, soaking a large portion. However, he was oblivious to it and merely raised his head to drink the strong alcohol in his gourd. The man's hair was disheveled and his beard was unshaven. His face was yellow and even somewhat ugly. Only his drunken eyes shone brightly like the stars in the deep night sky. A rusty sword was stabbed into the crevice of a stone not far away from the man. The man was a swordsman. At the very least, he was known as a plain-clothed swordsman in the mouths of the 3,000 realms. One of the 10 great fiends. As though he sensed something, the man raised his head and narrowed his eyes, looking at the boundless firmament above his head. A faint light began to flicker there. Someone was coming. Many people. An incomprehensible sorrow flashed through the depths of the man's drunken eyes. Senior Brother Luo. Right then, more than 10 sword cultivators sped over from behind. The woman in the lead shouted before she even arrived. The man frowned slightly and looked sideways at the crowd with a hint of anger on his face. "Didn't I tell you to hide and not show yourselves? Senior Brother Luo, we can't let you face the strong enemies outside alone." The woman in the lead gripped the sword in her hand and said in a deep voice. The man shook his head slightly and laughed self-deprecatingly. 1 person, 100 people, 1,000 people, what's the difference? All of you go back and hide. The man continued, if you can survive after this calamity is over, consider yourselves lucky. At this point, the man suddenly paused. In his heart, he did not know whether continuing to live in this world was considered lucky or unlucky. At the very least, he had lived long enough. Chapter 2854. Evil Demon Battlefield, District 9. Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen descended from the sky. Lin Xuanzhen's expression was solemn. She looked around and spread out her divine sense. The current evil demon battlefield was even more terrifying than it was 1,000 years ago. The number of evil demons and sinful spirits here had increased by many times. The two of them could be attacked by the evil demons and sinful spirits at any time. Su Zimo's spiritual perception warned him. He could sense the potential danger in the surroundings immediately, so he looked calm. District 9 was relatively close to District 7. Peak Master. Lin Xuanzhen turned to Su Zimo and asked, are we going to keep the appointment? Since 1,000 years ago, when Lin Xuanzhen had expressed her feelings, Su Zimo did not respond. When she met Su Zimo again, she always addressed him as Peak Master. She thought that they should avoid a direct confrontation with Xiaofan and act according to the situation. After all, there would definitely be a bloody clash between the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and the evil demons and sinful spirits. At that time, there might be a better opportunity. For example, if Xiaofan fought with one of the 10 great evil demons, he would be forced to use a supreme ability. In this way, Su Zimo would have a higher chance of winning against Xiaofan. Let's go. Su Zimo did not think so much. He just nodded casually and said, we can't avoid this battle. It's better to end it early. At this moment, Lin Xuanzhen's expression changed. Her gaze fell on a lake not far away. There were more than 10 sword cultivators standing there. They did not have the heaven bestowment token at their waists. Their clothes also revealed their identities as sinful spirits. At the same time, these sword cultivators also noticed the two of them. They all turned to look at them with intense killing intent and hostility in their eyes. Wang! 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 These sword cultivators immediately drew their swords. They turned into streaks of sword light and sped toward them with murderous intent. Lin Xuanzhen's expression turned cold. The long sword on his back seemed to have sensed her intentions and unsheathed itself, landing in her palm. Evil demons and sinful spirits had once wreaked havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In her mind, killing evil demons and suppressing sinful spirits was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Su Zimo knew even more about the 10 great sin lands. The events of that year were shrouded in too much fog, making it difficult to distinguish the truth from the lies. Therefore, he had always been cautious when facing the evil spirits of the 10 great sinners. If it was not necessary, he did not want to fight them. Wait a moment. Su Zimo raised his hand slightly and stopped Lin Xuanzhen. Lin Xuanzhen frowned and was a little confused. Peak Master, the blood ape from last time was just an anomaly among the evil spirits. Lin Xuanzhen said, look at how murderous these sword cultivators are. Even if you're soft-hearted, they won't show any mercy. Su Zimo did not answer. If these sword cultivators really attacked him, he naturally would not wait for death. He seemed to have sensed something. His gaze turned and landed on a lake not far away. There was a person sitting there. A drunkard with disheveled hair dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Not far away, there was a rusty long sword stuck in the ground. A plain-clothed swordsman, one of the 10 great sinners. Lin Xuanzhen also noticed this person, and his heart skipped a beat. But soon, her eyes released a strong fighting spirit. Sword chi enveloped her body, and she was eager to fight. If she had met this plain-clothed swordsman 1,000 years ago, she would have taken a detour. But now, she had comprehended the immortal slaying sword and grown into a supreme true spirit. When she saw an evil spirit who was also a supreme true spirit, she only wanted to fight to her heart's content. Facing the supreme true spirits of other realms, she would more or less have some scruples. But facing evil spirits, she did not have any psychological burden. Come back. Right then, the plain-clothed swordsman suddenly spoke. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and it was a little hoarse. However, when the dozen or so sword cultivators heard it, they paused at the same time. Senior brother, we're all sword cultivators. You don't want to fight, but they're sword cultivators from the outside. They're here to kill us. A woman looked at the plain-clothed swordsman in confusion. Another person also said, Senior brother, how many sword cultivators have you let go of over the years? But those sword cultivators have never been merciful to us. Hearing this, Lin Xuanzhen's killing intent was reduced a little. She suddenly recalled that 1,000 years ago, when they were training in the evil demon battlefield, they had indeed seen this plain-clothed swordsman from afar. However, this plain-clothed swordsman ignored them. At that time, they thought that this swordsman of the 10 great sinners did not attack out of disdain or some other reason. But today, after hearing the words of the 2 sinners, this plain-clothed swordsman deliberately let them go? Why was that? A trace of confusion flashed through the depths of Lin Xuanzhen's eyes. Come back. The plain-clothed swordsman did not explain and merely sighed. The sinners looked at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen with indignance and intense hostility. However, they did not go against the plain-clothed swordsman's words and slowly retreated. Because of that, the conflict was resolved. Su Zimo looked at the lonely back view of the plain-clothed swordsman. Suddenly, an indescribable emotion rose in his heart and he wanted to go up and talk to him. Su Zimo moved and walked towards the plain-clothed swordsman. Lin Xuanzhen did not know Su Zimo's intentions. Although he was puzzled, he still followed closely behind. When the sinners who had retreated saw Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen walk over, their expressions darkened. They drew their swords again and waited intently. What are you doing? Senior brother has already let you go. How dare you come over? Are you courting death? A few sinners berated loudly. Lin Xuanzhen sneered slightly. His eyes fell on these sinful swordsmen and said, It's hard to say who will live and who will die. With her current cultivation, she was confident in her ability to annihilate these 10+ sword cultivators within 10 moves. You're not her match. Move aside. The plain-clothed swordsman glanced sideways at Lin Xuanzhen and said as though he had sensed something. Thereafter, his gaze landed on Su Zimo and paused for a long time before he frowned imperceptibly. He could tell that the foreign female sword cultivator had comprehended a supreme divine power. As for the black-haired man in green robes, strange. He was only at true self realm, Kongming realm. Normally speaking, at this realm, no matter how talented one was, the combat strength they could unleash would be limited. However, for some reason, the plain-clothed swordsman felt that he could not see through that person. More than a dozen swordsmen of sinful spirits made way for them, but they still stared at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen to prevent them from suddenly hurting others. Su Zimo came to the side of the man and glanced at the rusty sword that was casually inserted into the crevice of a rock. He reached out and pulled it out. This sword is a little old. Su Zimo said. The plain-clothed swordsman said, It's good that it can kill. Chapter 28:55. It was good that he could kill. That was right. Of course, through that rusty sword, Su Zimo was able to see a whole different world. In terms of sword Dao, the plain-clothed swordsman had already reached the realm of returning to simplicity. In his hands, that rusty sword was probably sharper than any divine weapon. Although Lin Xuanzhen had also comprehended a supreme divine power, he was still likely to lose against that person. No matter what kind of strong enemies Lin Sun encountered outside, he always had all kinds of ways to retreat. However, if the plain-clothed swordsman was defeated in the fiend battlefield, there was only a single path. A dead end. Deliberately mystifying things. Lin Xuanzhen sneered and questioned, how can an evil cultivator with sinner's blood be worthy of cultivating the sword Dao? Since ancient times, good and evil had always been opposed. Lin Xuanzhen was a righteous cultivator and naturally did not have a good attitude towards evil and sinful spirits. Furthermore, his disgust towards evil and sinful spirits was deeply ingrained through countless years and was difficult to change. An evil cultivator with sinner's blood, the plain-clothed swordsman murmured softly before chuckling in disdain. He raised his head and glanced at Lin Xuanzhen. His gaze was extremely complicated. It could be pity, envy, or sorrow. What are you laughing at? Lin Xuanzhen had cultivated the sword Dao since he was young and was righteous. His Dao heart was firm as he said sternly, even if an evil cultivator cultivates the sword Dao, they will not be able to reach the end and see the true meaning of the great Dao due to their nature. That's the logic of evil and never triumphing over good since ancient times. The plain-clothed swordsman did not refute and merely nodded. It's naturally good that evil never triumphs over good. At that point, the plain-clothed swordsman suddenly paused before continuing, if evil triumphs over good, it will no longer be evil. Lin Xuanzhen was shocked when he heard that. Su Zimo frowned as well. Although that sentence seemed ordinary, it was filled with mystery. The plain-clothed swordsman seemed to be lamenting and pitying himself. If evil triumphed over good, it would no longer be evil. When the righteous side was defeated, they would naturally be called evil. Therefore, since ancient times, evil had never triumphed over good. In Su Zimo's heart, of course, he knew that good was good and evil was evil. Even though there would be times when black and white were reversed and right and wrong were mixed up, there would come a day when the clouds would be dispelled and the sun would be revealed. The world would be clear once again. However, when he thought of the information about the 10 great sin lands and compared it with what the plain-clothed swordsman had said, he fell into deep thought. Evil fiend sinful spirit, evil fiend sinful spirit, Lin Xuanzhen, who was standing at the side, was stunned and speechless. The things that she had been steadfast in her heart were originally unshakable, but at this moment, they began to waver slightly. The plain-clothed swordsman looked at the two of them and shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but he did not intend to explain anything. So what if the two of them had some feelings? It still couldn't change anything. At this moment, the black-haired man in green suddenly asked, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The plain-clothed swordsman was slightly stunned. Before he could react, the man in green asked again, "Is your surname Luo?" The plain-clothed swordsman slowly turned his head and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. The two of them looked at each other like this, and the surroundings were silent. In Su Zimo's eyes, the plain-clothed swordsman seemed to have seen something different. After a long while, the plain-clothed swordsman smiled desolately and said, "After so many years, you are the first person to ask for my name." He had been in the evil demon battlefield for more than 100,000 years. For more than 100,000 years, countless beings from the 3,000 worlds had entered the evil demon battlefield, but no one had ever asked for his name. After all, in the eyes of the beings from the 3,000 worlds, they were just evil fiends, sinful spirits, and battle achievements. They were just numbers. What surprised the plain-clothed swordsman even more was that this man in green actually guessed his surname. Through this person's eyes, the plain-clothed swordsman seemed to have seen something. This man in green was different from the other beings in the 3,000 worlds. The plain-clothed swordsman nodded and said, "Luo Jun." Then, Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" "Su Zhu." Su Zimo hesitated slightly and said, "I'm from the sword world. Fortunately, I obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor of all heaven and comprehended the Tao of sword burial. Su Zimo did not say his real name, but he believed that with Luo Jun's experience, he should be able to guess his concerns. As expected. When Luo Jun heard Su Zimo's hesitation, he sensed something and only smiled slightly without saying anything. Your surname is Luo? Lin Xuanzhen seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Rumble. The void trembled. Not far away, there was a group of black figures that were dashing over in a menacing manner, and they'd come with ill intent. The three people in the lead had terrifying auras. They were from the insect world, rat world, and ant world respectively. In addition to the 30 true spirits from these three worlds, there were also many true spirits from other worlds gathered around. In total, there were hundreds of them. From the looks of it, this group of beings from these worlds had already united to form an army of true spirits. Lin Xuanzhen glanced at them and frowned slightly. Those three are the supreme true spirits on the battle merit jade tablet. Luo Jun stood up and waved his hand in a carefree manner. You guys can leave. When Luo Jun stood up, Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen finally realized that Luo Jun's figure was unusually majestic. Standing by the lake, he gave off a feeling of being as tall as a mountain. His broad palms and slender fingers were most suitable for holding swords. This was a pair of hands that were born to hold swords. Facing people like Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen who cultivated the Tao of the sword, he would hold back. However, facing other beings from the 3,000 worlds, he was one of the 10 great demons. Luo Jun untied the gourd at his waist and raised his head to take a big gulp of strong liquor. The liquor splashed on his chest, but he did not notice it at all. Does this liquor taste good? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Luo Tian was stunned. He turned to look at him and asked, Do you dare to drink it? Why not? Su Zimo laughed loudly. Luo Jun also laughed. He threw the wine gourd to Su Zimo and said, I didn't expect to meet such an interesting person like Brother Su before I die. My life was not in vain. Su Zimo raised his head to pour the liquor and took a big gulp. He praised, Good liquor. Then, Su Zimo threw the wine gourd to Luo Jun and said, Live well. Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not say much. He only nodded at him. Su Zimo had long seen through Luo Jun's intention to die. Just now, his words had revealed his intentions without a doubt. That was why he said that. Luo Jun did not say much. He pulled out the rusted sword beside him and jumped up, rushing toward the hundreds of true spirits not far away. A dazzling sword light burst forth, stunning the world. Facing this sword, even Lin Xuanzhen opened his mouth slightly, a trace of shock in his eyes. Even she might not be able to release such sword intent and Tao of the sword. Luo Jun was right. Although the sword was old, it was good that it could kill. Before the sword light faded, the bloody light in the air had already spread, accompanied by shrill screams. Hundreds of true spirits were torn apart by Luo Jun's sword, leaving behind a bloody wound. Chapter 2856. Although the Sword Realm did not have much of a relationship with the Rat Realm, Insect Realm, and Ant Realm, they were still living together. However, as living beings from the 3,000 realms, it was only right for them to join forces and deal with Luo Jun, one of the 10 great demons. Lin Xuanzhen thought of what Luo Jun had said to him and his surname. He could not help but think of some other things and could no longer attack him. Su Zimo naturally would not attack Luo Jun. However, they represented the Sword Realm after all. At this time, their every move in the demon battlefield was being watched by everyone outside. They could not openly join forces with Luo Jun to fight against the true spirit experts of the other realms. In this way, it would definitely cause gossip and bring endless trouble to the Sword Realm. Against 3 supreme true spirits, can he win? Lin Xuanzhen looked at the battle and asked softly. Su Zimo frowned and did not say anything. He believed that with Luo Jun's battle strength, if he faced a true spirit, he should have an 80% chance of winning. But now, with 3 true spirits joining forces, Luo Jun was in a difficult situation. Luo Jun's only chance was that the true spirits of the 3 realms would not immediately release their supreme divine abilities. A supreme divine ability was the greatest trump card of a true spirit expert. In a dangerous place like the demon battlefield, one would be extremely cautious when releasing a supreme divine ability. Moreover, with 3 true spirits joining forces, the 3 of them believed that they had the absolute upper hand, so there was no need to use their supreme divine abilities. The dozen or so sinful spirit sword cultivators who were originally beside Luo Jun also stepped forward and fought side by side with Luo Jun. Luo Jun's sword Dao was abnormally sharp. It was different from any of the 9 great sword Daos of the sword realm. Instead, he had comprehended his own unique sword Dao. Lin Xuanzhen might not be able to see it, but Su Zimo had been taught by the great emperor of the all-heaven. He could see the shadow of the great Luo sword manual from Luo Jun's sword Dao. In just a few breaths, the battlefield was abnormally tragic. Corpses were everywhere. On Luo Jun's side, he blocked the attack of hundreds of true spirits led by the insect realm, rat realm, and ant realm. The insect, rat, and ant realm supreme true spirits saw that their clansmen had suffered heavy casualties, and the pressure on them increased greatly. They all transformed into their true forms and attacked Luo Jun crazily. Luo Jun's sword Dao was simple and crude, it did not have any fancy moves. Often, when the sword stabbed out, it would be aimed at the vital points, forcing the opponent to defend and save. Even when facing the besieging of 3 great supreme true spirits, Luo Jun could still occupy the absolute upper hand. However, the 10+ sword cultivators of the sinful spirits were unable to resist the attacks of a few hundred true spirits. They were unable to hold on and were forced to retreat. If Luo Jun wanted to protect these sinful spirit sword cultivators as much as possible, he would have to bear the brunt of the attacks from the true spirits. As time passed, the supreme true spirits of the insect, rat, and ant realms gradually turned the situation around and took the initiative. Wounds began to appear on Luo Jun's body. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He naturally didn't want to see Luo Jun die here, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity to act. At this time, a violent energy fluctuation came from not far away. It was not inferior to the battle here. The sky over there was burning with raging flames, turning it completely red. Roar! Immediately after, a dragon roar that reverberated through the world sounded. Although it was slightly immature, it was still incomparably dignified. Dragons? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the dragon world, Longli led 10 true dragons into the fiend battlefield. If he was not wrong, the dragon roar earlier on should have been released by Longli. Furthermore, judging from the emotions transmitted by the dragon roar, Longli seemed to have encountered an extremely strong opponent. Su Zimo's gaze flickered and a plan popped up in his mind. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go over there and take a look." Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo had already moved and sped towards the direction of the dragon roar. Lin Xuanzhen glanced at the battlefield on Luo Jun's side and grit his teeth as well, following behind Su Zimo. Even without the matter on Luo Jun's side, Su Zimo would not sit idly by if he knew that Longli was in danger in the fiend battlefield. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at another battlefield. The battle on this side was a head-on collision between 2 super great worlds. One of them was naturally the dragon world led by Longli. The other side was from the Wutong world. More than 10 true dragons, true phoenixes and true phoenixes from both sides were fighting. The most eye-catching thing was the battle between Longli and the 2 figures from the Wutong world. Longli had already revealed his true form. He was a silver-blue divine dragon, and he constantly let out dragon roars. He was entangled with a divine phoenix and a divine phoenix. Long Li's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost. As his dragon breath spewed out, a cold air spread and could freeze thousands of miles. On the other hand, the divine phoenix and divine phoenix burned with raging flames, blocking Long Li's breath. One ice and one fire, one cold and one hot. Two extreme powers collided on the battlefield, causing the ground to quake and rocks to fly everywhere. Long Li was clearly at a disadvantage. Furthermore, from the looks of it, both sides seemed to have released supreme divine powers in the surrounding battlefield. Otherwise, there would not have been such large-scale destruction. Beneath the three top-tier living beings, everything was reduced to ruins. In the battle, Long Li transformed back into his human form and panted heavily. Gripping the heavenly token, he was prepared to leave the fiend battlefield. The divine phoenix and divine phoenix opposite him transformed back into their human forms at the same time. A man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man had short, fiery red hair that soared into the skies as though there was a ball of flames above his head. He had long, narrow phoenix eyes and held a scarlet spear that burned with flames in his hands. As for the woman beside him, she also had wavy, scarlet hair that draped casually over her shoulders. She had a peerless appearance and held a fiery red bow in one hand and a fiery red arrow in the other. The two supreme true spirits of the Wudong world in this generation, Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden. Fu. Fengzi chuckled and waved the phoenix feather spear in his hands gently. Long Li, I've said long ago that you're still too young and not suitable to come to the fiend battlefield. That's right. Phoenix Maiden smiled as well. Little girl, hurry and go home. It's too dangerous here. Long Li's petite face was filled with indignation. However, she knew that she only had a single path of retreat now that she was targeted by the two of them: leave the fiend battlefield. Right then, a voice sounded from not far away. The two of you can still be so righteous when you're ganging up on one person? Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden frowned at the same time and turned to look. Not far away, a man and a woman were speeding over. The man had black hair and was dressed in a green robe. He had delicate features and was the one who had just spoken. When Long Li saw this person, she was overjoyed and could not help but smile. She waved over and said, "Brother Mo." Su Zhu. Su Zhu? Fengzi frowned slightly. He had obviously heard of Su Zimo's name, but there was no fear on his face. Chapter 2857. Su Zhu. Fengzi spoke, "The two of us have always worked together against enemies. Whether you're alone, 2 or 10, the two of us will deal with you." That's right. Phoenix Maiden added, "If you want to interfere, you can join forces with Long Li. The two of us will still deal with you." Indeed, the two of them were not lying about that. The two of them had cultivated together since they were young and were telepathic. Their teamwork and tacit understanding allowed them to unleash combat strength that far exceeded their own. Even if two true spirits joined forces, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand against the two of them. Oh. Su Zimo chuckled and said, "I have some ties with this fellow Taoist Long Li. Since we've met today, I'd like to see what the two of you are capable of." Lin Xuanzhen had originally intended to join forces with Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo glanced sideways and whispered, "Go and take care of Long Li later. There are many evil fiends and sinful spirits nearby and they might take advantage of the situation to attack." Lin Xuanzhen's spirit consciousness moved and he could not help but frown. True enough. The commotion here attracted the two of them over. Many evil fiends and sinful spirits were also gathering over, hiding nearby and eyeing covetously. The number of evil fiends and sinful spirits nearby increased. However, there were only 10 people on Long Li's side and all of them were covered in injuries. Long Li had just released a supreme mystic ability and it was equivalent to him losing his greatest reliance. He might truly be in danger against the attacks of so many evil fiends and sinful spirits. You're alone, however, Lin Xuanzhen was still worried about Su Zimo. If she went to protect Long Li's group, it would mean that Su Zimo would have to face the combined attacks of Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden alone. Furthermore, the combined attacks of the two of them were the most difficult to defend against among the true spirits. Don't worry. Su Zimo replied with a firm tone, these two can't hurt me. Hearing Su Zimo's relaxed tone, Lin Xuanzhen felt slightly relieved. He nodded and sped towards Long Li. Brother Su Zhu, be careful of their weapons. At this moment, Long Li's voice rang out in Su Zimo's mind. Fengzi has a powerful body and uses the Phoenix Feather Spear. He specializes in close combat. Phoenix Maiden wields the Phoenix Bone Bow. Huang Yu Jian, search for openings in the distance and wait for an opportunity to strike. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Swoosh. Su Zimo did not exchange pleasantries with Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden. Raising his hand and closing his sword fingers, he slashed out two streams of heaven-slaying sword chi in the direction of the two of them. Humph. As a supreme true spirit, Fengzi no longer had any qualms when he saw Su Zimo strike first. He transformed into a streak of flames and charged toward Su Zimo. Swoosh. The Phoenix Feather Spear burned with raging flames as it tore through the air. Accompanied by a series of phoenix cries, it pierced toward Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was about to retreat when his spirit perception alerted him. Su Zimo caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Far away, Phoenix Maiden stood in the air with the Phoenix Bone Bow in her hands fully drawn. Huang Yu Jian was already knocked and aimed at Su Zimo's location. To be precise, Phoenix Maiden had already determined Su Zimo's escape route. If she shot that arrow, she would seal off his escape route. The two of them are truly telepathic. It's rare for them to be able to cooperate to this extent. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, his movements did not change as he continued retreating to avoid the sharpest edge of the Phoenix Feather Spear. Swash! A scarlet streak of flames tore through the void, leaving a burn mark in midair. There was no way Phoenix Maiden would miss out on this opportunity. Huang Yu Jian had already locked onto Su Zimo's escape route. As long as Su Zimo retreated, he would definitely collide into her Huang Yu Jian. The cooperation between the two of them had long been ingrained into their bones and there was no need for any communication. It was as though they were born together, as though they were conjoined. Su Zimo continued retreating. However, after dodging the sharpest edge of the Phoenix Feather Spear, he extended his palm and sliced gently at the side of the Phoenix Feather Spear. Su Zimo did not use his blood chi for that palm strike and only used 50% of his strength. However, it was enough to change the original trajectory of the Phoenix Feather Spear. The body of the Phoenix Feather Spear trembled and deviated slightly, streaking past Su Zimo's side. At the same time, Huang Yu Jian's flames arrived and struck the tip of the Phoenix Feather Spear without missing a single bit. Clang! The Phoenix Feather Spear and Huang Yu Jian's two pure yang spirit treasures collided beside Su Zimo's body. With a loud explosion, flames soared to the heavens. The two pure yang spirit treasures had both erupted with their strongest strength, but they were unable to harm Su Zimo in the slightest. Instead, Su Zimo had borrowed the force of the attack and cleverly resolved it. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Although it seemed simple, it showed Su Zimo's precise control of the situation and timing. Only when one's strength was absolutely overwhelming would one be so confident. Su Zimo laughed loudly and continued retreating in the direction he came from. He shook his head and said, Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden, so this is all there is to it. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden had never been provoked like this before and they were both enraged. Fengzi's blood chi surged. Holding the phoenix feather spear, he charged toward Su Zimo once more. Phoenix Maiden also drew her phoenix bone bow and followed closely behind. Far away from Su Zimo, she stared fixedly at him, ready to shoot a fatal arrow at any moment. However, Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast and he was also graceful and agile. A pair of ethereal wings grew from his back and his position was unpredictable, causing Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden to be unable to lock onto him for a moment. Fengzi could not help but feel annoyed when he saw that Su Zimo was not fighting with them. He could not help but mock, "I've long heard that the peak master of Sword World's 9th sword peak had once killed 10 true spirit realm experts of the Heavenly Eye race single-handedly. I thought that he was invincible. To think that I would be so disappointed today. So, he's just a cowardly rat who only knows how to scurry away. Su Zhu, you cultivate the sword Dao and should be advancing courageously. Why are you retreating again and again?" Phoenix Maiden berated as well. Su Zimo did not reply and merely smiled faintly. In that short period of time, the three of them were rapidly approaching another battlefield. Over here, the true spirit experts of the worm, rat, and ant realms were still fighting against Luo Jun and the other sinful spirits. Seeing that they could not take down the enemy after a long time and suffered heavy casualties, the supreme true spirits of the worm, rat, and ant realms were prepared to use their supreme mystiques. The three of them did not believe that they could not kill this plain-clothed swordsman with their 3 supreme mystiques. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly paused and burst forth with heaven's feet, earth-traversing golden light, and other movement techniques. He sped up once more and charged towards Phoenix Maiden's position. Fengzi's expression changed starkly. Compared to him, Phoenix Maiden was not adept at melee combat. As for Phoenix Maiden's Phoenix Bone Bow, Huang Yujian would not be able to unleash its original power if she were to engage in melee combat. Swoosh! When Phoenix Maiden saw Su Zimo charging over, she panicked and shot another arrow. However, Su Zimo dodged it easily. She only had a single shot. Before she could knock the second Huang Yujian, Su Zimo had already arrived before her. His black hair fluttered and his gaze was like a torch. He was like an unsheathed sword that was about to slice her into two. Chapter 2858. Before Su Zimo truly attacked, the sharpness emanating from his body was already enough to cause the Phoenix Maiden immense pain and a tearing sensation. There was no hint of panic in the Phoenix Maiden's eyes. Her blood chi was already channeled to its limits and ignited. As though she was bathed in blazing flames, she conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Swoosh! Behind her, the bloodline phenomenon of a divine phoenix rose as though it was corporeal. Scorching lava spilled from its body as it reared its head and roared into the skies, glaring at Su Zimo with a death glare. At the same time, Fengzi's figure suddenly appeared beside the Phoenix Maiden. This was not a teleportation technique. It was difficult to release teleportation divine powers in such a chaotic battlefield. This secret skill was more like a unique connection method between Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden. When one party was in danger, the other party could appear out of thin air and join forces to fight against the enemy. Fengzi arrived beside the Phoenix Maiden. His bloodline was already channeled to its limits and the bloodline phenomenon of a divine phoenix was conjured. The two bloodline phenomenons of the divine phoenix and divine phoenix intertwined and spiraled in midair, emitting an incomparably scorching heat. In fact, the sharp sword chi released by Su Zimo was melted and turned into nothingness. Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden had already vanished. Opposite Su Zimo, there were only 2 gigantic fireballs left, resembling a pair of blazing suns that were inches away. However, the pair of blazing suns were still converging and fusing rapidly. "You're still far from being able to challenge us single-handedly." Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden's voices sounded at the same time. As the 2 fireballs fused rapidly, the bloodline phenomenons of the Divine Phoenix and Divine Phoenix behind them fused and collided as though they were about to fuse together. Phoenix? Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he merely narrowed his eyes as that thought flashed through his mind. Both phoenixes and dragon phoenixes were taboo existences. However, Su Zimo dismissed that thought before long. This aura was even stronger than the forbidden phoenix. Moreover, this aura gave him a trace of familiarity. This was the holy beast vermilion bird. The fusion of their bloodline phenomena had actually transformed into the image of the holy beast vermilion bird. This was their true killing move. With this technique, the two of them could once again summon the vermilion bird's heavenly fire and fight against any true spirit. This was equivalent to the two of them controlling three supreme divine powers. Hence, the two of them were so confident. Among the supreme true spirits, not many could gain any advantage in the hands of these two. Su Zimo sensed the terrifying aura coming from the other side, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he recalled the secret art the vermilion bird holy soul had imparted to him on the hell-suppressing cauldron. He had already comprehended this secret art back when he was in the mystic origin realm. He had comprehended the milky white Nanmingli fire. However, in reality, Su Zimo knew very well that the Nanming primordial fire was not the end of the inheritance of this secret technique. If the Nanmingli fire could improve further, it would become the vermilion bird heavenly fire. However, he hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with the godly phoenix and the godly phoenix clan. Now, as he sensed the vermilion bird avatar that was about to transform, Su Zimo compared it to the secret art the vermilion bird holy soul had imparted to him. The parts that were originally difficult to understand suddenly became clear. "Don't blame us if you don't leave now," Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden scolded. The two bloodline phenomena merged completely and transformed into a crimson bird. Its eyes were extremely sharp and cold as it stared at Su Zimo, who was not far away. The vermilion bird suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of crimson flames that instantly engulfed Su Zimo's figure. In the void, the terrifying power of the supreme divine powers filled the air. This was the heavenly fire of the vermilion bird. At the same time, on the battlefield not far away, the battle between the supreme true spirits of the three realms and Luo Jun had also reached its climax. As if attracted by the supreme divine powers beside them, the supreme true spirits of the three realms on the battlefield also unleashed their supreme divine powers at the same time. Spacetime imprisonment. Eternal damnation. Eternal darkness. This was the 3,000 worlds. In the heaven realm, only Wu Dao's original body had comprehended the supreme divine powers of eternal damnation. However, there were countless living beings in the 3,000 worlds. The supreme divine powers of eternal damnation had been passed down for many years. There would always be living beings of other races who would comprehend it by chance. Which one of those who could grow into a supreme true spirit wasn't gifted and had endless opportunities? Which one of them wasn't the darling of heaven and earth and was envied by the heavens? Now, this group of darlings of heaven and earth had gathered in the evil demon battlefield. One could imagine how intense the battle would be. Spacetime imprisonment, eternal darkness, eternal damnation. Each of the three supreme divine powers was not to be underestimated. Among them, spacetime imprisonment could completely lock a cultivator. As for the eternal darkness, if one couldn't tear the darkness apart, they would be completely engulfed by the darkness and become a part of it. The damage of eternal damnation was even more unparalleled. Luo Jun's expression was grim. He only had a single supreme divine power, the Immortal Slaying Sword. With the Immortal Slaying Sword, he could only neutralize a single supreme divine power. The battle was ever-changing and wouldn't give him any time to think. In a flash, Luo Jun channeled his essence spirit and condensed a blood-red sword with a murderous aura between his palms, breaking through the descending spacetime shackles. That was his choice. Among the three supreme divine powers, the spacetime imprisonment seemed to cause the least damage. However, if he allowed the spacetime shackles to restrain him, he would be at the mercy of the other party and die without a doubt. If he severed the spacetime shackles and regained his freedom, he might have a chance to escape. Of course, it was extremely difficult to escape from the shroud of the two supreme divine powers. On one side, darkness attacked. On the other, eternal calamity enveloped. In the blink of an eye, Luo Jun was in danger. At the same time, on the battlefield not far away, the vermilion bird heavenly fire burned Su Zimo continuously and had already drowned his figure. However, to the surprise of Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden, Su Zimo did not resist or release any supreme divine powers throughout the entire process. He allowed the vermilion bird heavenly fire to envelop his body. What shocked the two of them even more was that the vermilion bird heavenly fire did not burn Su Zimo to death immediately. Within the vermilion bird heavenly fire, Su Zimo's vitality was still exuberant. Moreover, his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of shocking transformation. The vermilion bird heavenly fire contained countless runic Dao techniques. For ordinary living beings, such runic Dao techniques were fatal. However, for Su Zimo, who had obtained the inheritance of the vermilion bird, this was an opportunity. An opportunity that could allow the Nanmingli fire to transform into the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Of course, in the eyes of others, this process was incomprehensible. This was simply playing with fire. However, one of the Dao techniques Su Zimo was most proficient in was the Dao of fire. Chapter 2859. Prior to this, Su Zimo controlled the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Dao fires and the Nanmingli fire that represented the demonic Dao. Coupled with his essence spirit fire, he could conjure the killing move of the Pentadi Dao fire. Therefore, when the vermilion bird heavenly fire descended, Su Zimo secretly conjured the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Dao fires to defend against it. At the same time, he used the Nanmingli fire to slowly come into contact with the vermilion bird heavenly fire to sense the differences within. The reason why Su Zimo dared to be so careless was naturally because the three Dao fires were only the first layer of protection. His second layer of protection came from the grade 12 creation Qinglian's body. Even if the vermilion bird heavenly fire seeped into his bloodline, it would be extinguished by the grade 12 Qinglian's bloodline. Su Zimo wanted to hide the secret of Qinglian's true body for the time being and naturally did not want to use her bloodline. However, if any power seeped into Qinglian's body, he did not have to care. Qinglian's bloodline would naturally purify and cleanse the power silently. Therefore, under the gaze of Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden, Su Zimo, who was enveloped by the vermilion bird heavenly fire, was not injured at all. Instead, his aura grew stronger. He seemed to be absorbing the power of the vermilion bird heavenly fire and growing rapidly. How was that possible? Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden widened their eyes in disbelief. The two of them were telepathic and with a single thought, they channeled the vermilion bird conjured by their bloodline phenomenons and charged towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! The vermilion bird charged into the flames around Su Zimo but did not cause much of a blaze. After a momentary pause, the flames around Su Zimo intensified and the color of the flames changed continuously, eventually turning scarlet. That aura was no different from the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Pust! Feng Zi and Huang Nu sucked in a breath of cold air. He had comprehended the vermilion bird heavenly fire? Not only that, but the vermilion bird heavenly fire on the other side seemed to be a little different from what they controlled. It was mixed with some other kind of power. This change caused the vermilion bird skyfire to become even more terrifying, violent, and unstable. Boom! This ball of vermilion bird heavenly fire suddenly exploded in front of Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden. Countless sparks flew in all directions. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were hit by the flames and were instantly sent flying. They fell heavily to the ground from mid-air and vomited blood. Of course, the two of them did not suffer the greatest damage. More flames, intentionally or unintentionally, rushed to the battlefield at the side, directly turning another battlefield upside down. Under the pincer attack of eternal night and eternal damnation, Luo Jun had nowhere to run. But at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from not far away. The next moment, flames soared into the sky. A large expanse of scarlet flames, like a tsunami of magma, surged and rushed into the darkness of the eternal night. These lava flames contained the supreme divine ability of the vermilion bird heavenly fire. They emitted blazing red flames and tore apart the darkness. There was also a portion of the lava flames that rushed to eternal damnation on the other side, resisting the 10,000 heavenly tribulations and letting out sizzling sounds. The supreme true spirits of the insect, rat, and ant realms were not prepared and were burned by this ball of heavenly fire. The army of several hundred true spirits was shattered into pieces by the impact, and they were utterly defeated. Of course, Luo Jun was also attacked by some of the heavenly fire. However, compared to eternal night and eternal damnation, the damage these heavenly fire did to him was negligible. He blocked it easily with his sword Dao divine abilities and bloodline's secret techniques. In the chaos, Luo Jun's gaze shifted and locked onto the three supreme true spirits. He charged over with his sword again. Without their supreme divine abilities, their greatest reliance, even if the three supreme true spirits joined forces, they could not block Luo Jun's sword. The beings of the insect, rat, and ant realms were best at gathering their clansmen and bullying others with numbers. In terms of combat strength, the supreme true spirits of the three realms were ranked last on the war merit Jade Steel. The three of them had already suffered quite a bit of damage, and now that they came into contact with Luo Jun, they showed signs of defeat. Unable to resist, they took out their tokens and turned into streaks of light that fled the fiendish battlefield. The remaining true spirits did not dare to stay after seeing the three supreme true spirits leave the battlefield. They all left. The battle between the supreme true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and the fiendish battlefield ended in chaos. On the Skytribute Plaza, the kings of the 3,000 worlds had gathered here to watch the battle. They were all dumbfounded by this scene and could not recover for a while. It was not until the supreme true spirits of the insect, rat, and ant realms and the other true spirits retreated from the fiendish battlefield that the Skytribute Plaza became noisy. What's going on? Su Zhu of the Sword World is not dead and has comprehended something in the vermilion bird heavenly fire? From the looks of it, he must have comprehended the second combat art, vermilion bird heavenly fire. He's so young, but he's so bold. He dares risk being burned to ashes by the vermilion bird heavenly fire to comprehend this combat art. Under everyone's gazes, Su Zimo stood in the air in the fiend battlefield. His entire body was bathed in the scarlet vermilion bird heavenly fire and he was undergoing the baptism of a supreme divine power. This baptism was immensely beneficial to one's bloodline, body, and nascent spirit. Even one's cultivation realm would improve noticeably. To comprehend two combat arts in the Kongming realm of the true first realm, this kid's future is truly limitless. The Sword World has given birth to a genius who can rival Great Emperor Immortal. If he grows up smoothly and doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an emperor in the future. Heh, that's hard to say. Let's see if Su Zhu can survive this. Don't forget, Xia Yin is still waiting for him in District 7. Lu Yun and the others were overjoyed to see Su Zimo receive such an opportunity. At the same time, however, they also felt a pang of regret. Who would have thought that the vermilion bird heavenly fire would have been released so early? If they could suppress it, Su Zimo would have had a better chance of survival when he faced Xia Yin. But now... The king of the rat world had an ugly look on his face as he looked at Lu Yun and the others from Sword World. This Su Zhu of yours is quite something. She didn't kill the evil demons in the fiend battlefield, but instead injured the true spirits of our worlds. That's right. The king of the insect world agreed. If it weren't for Su Zhu, our sacred spirits would have been enough to kill the plain-clothed swordsmen of the 10 great fiends. Fellow Taoists, please be careful with your words. What happened just now was obviously a sudden turn of events. Su Zhu didn't intentionally injure your sacred spirits. Su Zhu didn't know that he could comprehend the vermilion bird heavenly fire. How could he have controlled the situation amidst the chaos? The king of Wudong realm also stepped forward. He stared coldly at the people of Sword World and said, "Forget about what happened just now. Why did Su Zhu meddle in other people's business and injure the Phoenix sons and Phoenix daughters of my realm?" Chapter 2860. In fact, more than 100 supreme true spirits were rare geniuses who had gathered the providence of a realm in each major realm. They were the number 1 true spirits of each major world. If these true spirits were thrown into the fiend battlefield, there was a high chance that a fight would break out even if there was no grudge between the two sides. The true spirits were all proud and arrogant. It was rare for them to see opponents of the same level, so they were naturally itching to fight. The situation in District 9 of the Fiend battlefield earlier was within the expectations of the kings. However, when the king of Wudong world saw Fengzi Phoenix Maiden defeated, he was still somewhat indignant and couldn't help but question. Before Lu Yun and the others could reply, the Qi Dragon King of the Dragon World spoke first. Su Zhu of the Sword World and Li are old friends. Naturally, she couldn't stand seeing your Wudong world bully her with numbers. What's the problem? On the other hand, your Wudong world's Fengzi Phoenix Maiden is so famous. What do you mean by telepathy and telepathy? Now, it seems like it's nothing much. The Dragon World and Wudong World, these two super major worlds, were originally peaceful. However, in the recent hundreds of thousands of years, there had been constant friction and conflicts. In fact, they were escalating and showing signs of going out of control. Even if there was no fiend battlefield, no one would be surprised if the kings of the two major worlds were at loggerheads and ridiculed each other. It wasn't just District 9 of the fiend battlefield. In the other regions, there were also conflicts between the supreme true spirits and the 10 great villainous devils. However, both sides had their reservations and did not immediately take out their trump cards. After testing each other, they dispersed. Su Zimo endured the baptism of the vermilion bird Skyfire and recalled what had just happened. In fact, if it was just the vermilion bird Skyfire, it wouldn't be able to achieve the effect just now. It was only because his vermilion bird Skyfire had fused with the Tao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. After this transformation, the vermilion bird Skyfire's power had increased exponentially and even reached the level of a supreme divine power. After fusing with the Tao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, its power was even greater. Su Zimo did not fuse with his essence spirit fire. He had only released the Kacharati Tao fire just now. Due to the improvement of the vermilion bird heavenly fire, the power of the Kacharati Tao fire had also skyrocketed. The Pencharati Tao fire had also reached an unimaginable level. In Su Zimo's perception, if he forcefully released the Pentati Tao fire, the consumption of the power of essence spirit would be too terrifying. The gains would not make up for the losses. The Kacharati Tao fire was enough to resolve the crisis Luo Jun was facing. The truth was just as he had expected. The Kacharati Tao fire, infused with the vermilion bird Skyfire, exploded. The supreme true spirits of the insect realm, rat realm, and ant realm were instantly defeated. The army of hundreds of true spirits also fled in all directions. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but in reality, their injuries were lighter than expected. Su Zimo managed to comprehend another supreme mystical ability after the two of them unleashed the vermilion bird heavenly flame together. The Kacharati Dao fire that he released just now was also an opportunity for Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden apart from the first wave of damage. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden were born from flames. The two of them felt a sense of intimacy and familiarity with the Kacharati Dao fire that was infused with the vermilion bird skyfire. The two of them stood up again and looked at Su Zimo with complicated gazes. This sword cultivator from the sword world had actually defeated them with the Dao technique and mystical ability that they were most proficient in. Furthermore, through the vermilion bird skyfire that this sword cultivator had just released, the two of them had a new level of comprehension in the Dao of fire. Therefore, the two of them did not have much enmity toward Su Zimo in the depths of their hearts. Upon realizing this, Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden exchanged glances and snorted coldly. They abandoned Su Zimo and sped in the direction of their clansmen. Su Zimo glanced at the plain-clothed swordsman, Luo Jun, and turned to leave without saying anything. Although what happened just now was more like an accident. However, Luo Jun knew that Su Zimo had done it on purpose. Luring two supreme true spirits here, borrowing their hands to move the stars and defeat the supreme true spirits of the insect, rat, and ant realms. Just how confident was this? How strong was his control to be able to do that? Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo's back view as the words echoed in his mind. Live well. Senior brother, are you all right? A few sinful spirit sword cultivators came forward and asked. Luo Jun pondered for a moment and looked at the few people around him. He said in a deep voice, "You guys hide for now. I have other matters to attend to, so there's no need to follow." But, the others wanted to say something, but Luo Jun waved his hand and turned into a sword beam, vanishing from the spot. He wanted to stay far behind Su Zimo and see what this sword cultivator from the sword world wanted to do. If this sword cultivator encountered any danger, he might be able to help. On the other side. After Su Zimo lured Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden away, as expected, the evil fiends and sinful spirits that were lurking in the surroundings launched an attack. They charged towards the remaining divine phoenixes and dragons. Among the evil fiends and sinful spirits, there were Rakshasas, Yikshas, and some were no different from humans. Thousands of them swarmed over in a dense crowd. Compared to the surrounding evil fiends and sinful spirits, there were less than 20 people from the Dragon World and Wudong World. The difference in numbers was great. However, there were supreme true spirits guarding this place after all. Although Long Li could not release supreme divine powers for the time being, the strength of a supreme true spirit was still present. With his incomparably strong physique and bloodline, he charged into the evil fiends and sinful spirits and started a massacre. The dragon's breath descended and froze everything within 10,000 kilometers. Lin Xuanzhen wielded his long sword and rampaged through the battlefield. His sword chi was like frost, and wherever it passed, people were thrown off their horses and blood splattered everywhere. Against the attack of the evil fiends and sinful spirits, the remaining dragons of Wudong World had no choice but to join forces temporarily. Under the lead of Lin Xuanzhen and Long Li, they defended against the attacks time and time again. Whoosh! A streak of fire streaked through the skies and descended, piercing into the crowd of evil fiends and sinful spirits, creating a huge pit and creating layers of flames. Countless evil fiends and sinful spirits were devoured instantly and turned into ashes without any corpses left. The flames were revealed. It was the Scarlet Phoenix Feather Spear. Shoo! The sound of an even sharper weapon tearing through the air sounded. Huang Yujian tore through the air and tore the army of evil fiends and sinful spirits apart, leaving a clear scorch mark in the void that lingered for a long time. Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden had arrived. Including Lin Xuanzhen and Long Li, although there were few people here, there were already 4 supreme true spirits overseeing the situation. The evil fiends and sinful spirits realized that the situation was not good and began to retreat without waiting for orders. This group of evil fiends and sinful spirits came quickly and retreated even faster. The Rakshasa race spread their wings and escaped into the sky. The Yiksha race either escaped into the void or hid deep underground to escape the battlefield. They also burrowed into the water and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only corpses were left on the battlefield. Fengzi and the Phoenix Maiden glanced at Lin Xuanzhen and Long Li. They did not continue to attack and only left with their clansmen. Su Zimo followed behind. Chapter 2861. Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden seemed to have been injured. Although they were still able to unleash powerful combat strength, it seemed more like they were venting their anger. Su Zimo, who was floating over from afar, was wearing a green robe and looked calm. His breathing was steady, and he was obviously in a much better state than Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden. Brother Su Zhu won. Long Li clenched his fists in excitement. Feng Sun used his supreme ability, right? Lin Xuanzhen was a little worried. I just felt the sharpness of the Immortal Slaying Sword. In her opinion, Su Zimo had released the Immortal Slaying Sword in advance during the battle with Fengzi and Phoenix Maiden. His chances of winning against Xia Yin would be even lower. This was equivalent to using his greatest trump card first. He did use his supreme ability. Su Zimo nodded, then paused for a moment. However, I wasn't the one who released the Immortal Slaying Sword. Lin Xuanzhen looked confused and asked subconsciously, other than Peak Master and me, who else? Before she could finish, a figure flashed across her mind. The plain-clothed swordsman, Luo Jun. But soon, Lin Xuanzhen thought about it and frowned. The Immortal Slaying Sword is a supreme ability created by the Immortal Slaying Emperor. How could he have comprehended it when he was imprisoned in the sinful land? There are many ways. Su Zimo said, with that person's talent, if he had seen the Tao of the Immortal Slaying Sword and felt the sword intent of the Immortal Slaying Sword, he would have a chance of comprehending it with his cultivation technique. If there really is a 9-stage heavenly tribulation, he would also have a chance of comprehending the Immortal Slaying Sword. Back then, Yun Ting had comprehended the true essence of the Immortal Slaying Sword with the help of the Human Slaying Sword technique. Peak Master, could he have? There was a huge puzzle in Lin Sun's heart. Let's talk about this when we return to the Sword World. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. They were in the evil demon battlefield. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? This was not a good matter to discuss. After everyone reorganized themselves, they set off together, rushing to the evil demon battlefield's 7th district. At the same time, no matter where they were in the evil demon battlefield, all the true spirit realm experts rushed towards the 7th district. In the various regions, although there were battles between true spirit realm experts, most of them were shallow and did not erupt into large-scale battles. This was also because they wanted to go to the 7th region to watch the battle. This strange phenomenon attracted the attention of many evil spirits. What's going on? Asked a sinful spirit shrouded in darkness. He was dressed in a black robe, and his facial features could not be seen clearly. There were numerous similarly dressed sinful spirits gathered around him. They were like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, and they crowded around him at the center. One of the 10 great demons, the Dark One. Reporting to Senior Apprentice Brother. A sinful spirit said, I heard that the 2 supreme true spirits of the Heavenly Eye race and the Sword Realm are fighting in the 7th region. The supreme true spirit of the Heavenly Eye clan? The Dark One murmured, 1,000 years ago, Xiang Meng died. Was it Xia Yin who came? That's him. The sinful spirit said, the one fighting Xia Yin is the one who killed Xiang Meng 1,000 years ago. His name seems to be Su Zhu. Interesting. The Dark One murmured, it would be a pity to miss such a great battle. In the 1st district of the evil demon battlefield. A black-robed woman with a long sword on her back and a horsetail whisk in her hand listened to the news that her subordinates had gathered. She frowned and said, "Two supreme true spirits are fighting in the 7th region, and they caused such a huge commotion? I'll go take a look as well." The black-robed woman moved and left. This was one of the 10 great demons, and the beings of the 3,000 worlds called her the black-robed woman. A mountain in the 5th district suddenly exploded, and a tall and burly figure jumped out. He held a stone staff in his hand, and his eyes glowed red. It was a blood ape. Ripples suddenly appeared in the void of the 10th district. A yiksha revealed itself and grinned before disappearing into the void once more. The 10 great demons were basically scattered in the 10 districts. However, when they noticed the movements of the true spirits of the 3,000 worlds, the 10 great demons all headed toward the 7th district to investigate. The true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and the sinful spirits were like fire and water, and there wasn't much of a battle between them. Instead, they all headed toward the 7th district under the guidance of an invisible force. The 7th district of the evil demon battlefield immediately became the center of attention for a time. Xiaofan stood alone on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, looking down at the vast expanse. His black and white Taoist robe flapped in the wind. However, his heart didn't waver at all. The mountain peak below him was the highest peak in the 7th district of the fiend battlefield. Ever since he descended on this mountain peak, there weren't any other living beings on it. He didn't know the name of this mountain peak. He didn't care either. He only knew that he wanted to stand on the highest peak and look down at all the other mountains. He wanted to kill that weak sword cultivator in front of everyone. At least in his eyes, that sword cultivator wasn't worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that the kings of his race kept asking him, he would have played a few more moves with that sword cultivator. He liked the feeling of being on top, controlling everything, and toying with his opponent. Of course, it wasn't bad to stomp him to death cleanly. As he thought of this, the blood mark between his eyebrows opened slightly, revealing a terrifying aura. It was as if it came from the underworld, eerie and terrifying. What will his expression be like when he opens this heaven's eye? An image appeared in Xiaofan's mind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was a faint, cold, and mocking smile. It was as if he could see the despair and fear of that sword cultivator before he died. He had seen this expression on too many people's faces. Xiaofan's eyes turned as he looked into the distance. Many people had already gathered around. At the foot of the mountain, in the air, in the grass, in the forest, there were true spirit experts from the 3,000 worlds, and there were even some supreme true spirits among them. There were also many sinful spirits hidden in the distance. Sigh. Xiaofan stretched out his finger and gently rubbed the bloody mark on his forehead. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint them. There won't be any great battle, and there won't be any earth-shattering absolute. It'll be over in just one round. Xiaofan thought so. There were more and more living beings in the 7th district of the fiend battlefield. The true spirit experts of the 3,000 worlds occupied most of the area around the mountain. Only the western side was left for the sinful spirits. Before the battle between Xiaofan and Su Zimo began, both parties maintained a certain distance and were able to coexist peacefully. The true spirits of the Stone World, Wudong World, Kuan World, Peng World, Light World, Barbarian World, Blood World, and other super worlds had all arrived. The Flower World, Giant World, Poison World, Star World, Mystic World, Lifeless World, Tomb World, all the high-level worlds had also arrived. The Gold World, Wood World, Wind World, Rain World, Thunder World, Lightning World, Sky Scorpion World, Jade Toad World, Rhinoceros World, most of the mid-level worlds had also arrived. There were also many low-level worlds. Although there were no supreme true spirits present, there were still many true spirit experts who came to watch the battle. Xiaofan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. Everyone inside and outside the fiend battlefield was watching. The wind howled and sand filled the air. Heaven and earth was filled with killing intent. At this moment, an azure figure appeared on the horizon. Chapter 2862. Wow! Yiksha ghostly spirit, one of the 10 great fiends, exclaimed exaggeratedly, I thought he was some powerful character. So he's just a Kongming human? It's said that he once killed Xiang Meng of the Heavenly Eye clan with his sword alone, the Dark One said coldly. Tisk. Yiksha ghostly spirit curled his lips disapprovingly. Not far away, Luo Jun suddenly said, this person is from the Sword Realm. He's indeed very strong. Can he block the eye of reincarnation? A man with stars in his eyes asked in return. Luo Jun pursed his lips and did not say anything. If it was a chaotic battle, he might have helped Su Zimo. But now, the two were fighting on the mountain peak in front of everyone. Even he could not interfere. At this moment, the 10 great evil demons were all gathered. Regarding this battle, the evil demons and sinful spirits were only there to watch the show and did not support any side. It would be best for them if both sides were to suffer heavy losses. The black-clothed woman suddenly said, this mountain is called Mount Mang. It means death. This battle will be a life and death battle. Moreover, Mang and Blind have the same pronunciation. It's not good for Xiaofan. Ha! Yiksha ghostly spirit laughed and said mockingly, who are you trying to fool? Are all the Taoist techniques passed down in your lineage just these mystifying tricks? The black-clothed woman did not refute. She only glanced coldly at Yiksha ghostly spirit and said, I see a needle in your glabella. I'm afraid there's a calamity. Yiksha ghostly spirit sneered and did not take it seriously. On the other side. Su Zhu is here. Xuewen clapped his hands and laughed when he saw the green figure not far away. Then, he looked at Mulyan in the direction of the flower realm and said loudly, Beauty, is the bet still valid? Mulyan did not say a word. In fact, she was not confident either. There was no suspense about the outcome of this battle. After all, Xia Yin's aura was too strong. He was sitting on the mountain peak in his black and white Taoist robe. Even the weather in the sky was in 2 different states. On one side, there were dark clouds. On the other side, the sky was clear. The entire sky was like the black and white Taoist robe he wore, and like his eyes, yin and yang were separated by a clear distinction. Without using any Taoist techniques, he was able to change the atmosphere and trigger the momentum of heaven and earth just by standing there. That was how terrifying Xia Yin was. Even if Mulyan believed that Su Zimo could last 10 moves, she was still hesitant at this moment. Stone World. The bald man, Sherpa, twisted his neck and stared at Lin Xuanzhen behind Su Zimo. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight as he said, the moment Su Zhu dies will be the moment she dies. In the crowd, a woman dressed as a Taoist nun with a square chessboard on her back looked at the black-haired, green-robed man in surprise. He didn't die. The peak master of the 9th sword peak, Su Zhu, was him? Su Zimo? Yunzhu? The woman pondered for a moment, then suddenly lowered her head and smiled. No matter what, it was a joyous thing to see that he was still alive. Chess deity Junyu. The divine son of Ming Hui's expression changed as he noticed the woman. In the vast crowd, there was only one woman dressed in such a strange way. The divine son of Ming Hui had originally planned to use the chess deity Junyu to get rid of Su Zhu from the sword world. Now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Su Zhu couldn't survive Xia Yin. Su Zimo asked Lin Xuanzhen, Long Li, and the others to stay at the foot of the mountain. After giving them some instructions, he climbed up the mountain alone. Xia Yin stood on the mountain peak and looked down at Su Zimo, who had risen into the sky. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. Finally, Su Zimo stepped onto the mountain peak and stood opposite Xiaofan. The battle was about to start. The moment Su Zimo stepped onto the mountain peak, the hearts of the people from the Sword World in the Sky Tribute Square instantly rose to their throats. They were extremely nervous. The Cold Eye Monarch had said that Xiaofan would release the Eye of Reincarnation the moment the two sides started fighting. He wouldn't give Su Zimo any chance. The outcome of the battle was no longer the key. The exposure of the creation Qinglian seemed inevitable. What Lu Yun and the others were most worried about was whether the 12th grade creation Qinglian could break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation and find a chance to escape. On the mountain peak, the two of them stood face to face. Xiaofan wore a smile and looked relaxed as he looked at Su Zimo with interest. This sword cultivator really dared to come. Moreover, he could stand in front of him and still be so calm. I admire you. Xiaofan smiled gently and said, "It's a pity that you're going to die. Of course, it's a worthy death to die in my hands in front of the world. Moreover, your death will make the other realms and living beings of other races understand something very, very important. Don't offend the Celestial Eye clan. Got it?" Xiaoyan's final sentence was not directed at Su Zimo. Instead, it was directed at the endless living beings of the 10,000 races around them. Xiaofan looked down on all living beings, his aura reaching its peak. Su Zimo still stood quietly across from him. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Xiaofan as if he was looking at an idiot. The next moment, Xiaofan turned around and the bloody scar between his brows suddenly opened. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The wind and clouds changed color. As the scar opened, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The clear blue sky on the other side also vanished. In its place was a bottomless abyss, dark and cold. The sky darkened. The Eye of Reincarnation had opened. Images of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the celestial eye. Behind the 6 paths of reincarnation, an eerie chill exuded. Ghostly wails and howls came from within. Xiaoyan's figure seemed to have disappeared. In front of Su Zimo, only the Eye of Reincarnation was left. At this moment, the 5 elements were reversed, yin and yang were in chaos. Heaven and earth were reversed, stars fell and rivers flowed in reverse. Everything around the Eye of Reincarnation was being pulled in by it, forcibly pulled in. Mount Mang was collapsing. Countless gravel floated up and entered the Eye of Reincarnation. Heaven and earth essence chi, divine weapons, bloodlines, essence spirits, rays of light and all mystic arts could not escape. They were forcefully pulled into the cycle of reincarnation. The surrounding void was collapsing rapidly. Even time was messed up. Even the spacetime shackles couldn't withstand the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. All of the living beings standing in the distance looked at the Eye of Reincarnation. They felt as if they had seen the past, but also as if they had arrived in the future. The bloodlines in everyone's bodies were stirring and were about to burst out of their bodies. Even though they were so far away, their blood and chi could not withstand it. One could imagine how much impact Su Zimo would have to endure when facing the Eye of Reincarnation. The perfected spirits of the 3,000 worlds were horrified. Even the many supreme true spirits present were greatly shocked, and their faces were filled with astonishment. The 10 fiends were even more frightened and their scalps tingled. No one expected Xiaofan to not give Su Zimo any chance. He did not even test him and opened the Eye of Reincarnation. It was over. That was the Eye of Reincarnation. Who could resist such a mystic art? Chapter 2863. Sky Tribute Square. Everyone from the Sword World looked at the scene on the mountain peak with solemn expressions. The Flower World's Orchid Immortal King frowned slightly. The Hornless Dragon King shook his head and sighed. The Eye of Reincarnation was successfully activated. There was no suspense in this battle. The kings of the other realms were all shocked. Although they had cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm, this was the first time most of them had seen the power of the Eye of Reincarnation. Unlike the people from the Sword World, the people from the Sky Eye clan cheered. The Cold Eye Monarch couldn't help but laugh proudly. What Xiaofan had just said was exactly what he wanted to hear. That's right, this battle was to make an example out of Su Mo. He wanted to establish his dominance. Suddenly, through the giant screen on Sky Tribute Square, one could see that there was a slight change in the battlefield on Mount Mang. Su Mo, who was facing the Eye of Reincarnation, wasn't swallowed immediately. He didn't seem to have given up. He was still struggling and resisting. Behind that seemingly thin and weak body, 8 jade-white elephant tusks slowly grew out. They were sparkling and emitted a powerful and mysterious aura. Su Mo's power was rapidly increasing. Divine elephant tusks. The celestial phenomenon Monarch suddenly frowned and exclaimed softly. This was the celestial phenomenon race's innate ability. There were 4 levels. Growing 8 divine elephant tusks was the peak of the 4th level. It could reach the level of a supreme innate ability. However, how did this human from the Sword World learn this innate divine ability? Oh. The Cold Eye Monarch raised his eyebrows slightly and deliberately said loudly, "The Sword World's 9th Sword Peak Lord is so powerful. Using a supreme innate ability, his battle power has increased by several times. Could it be that our Xiaofan is in danger?" The other Sky Eye race monarch understood and cooperated with him. Then, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. A monarch from the celestial phenomenon race shook his head and said, "Even 4 divine elephant tusks can't stop the Eye of Reincarnation. Su Zhu is just resisting." No one knew the innate ability of the divine elephant tusks better than the celestial phenomenon race. No one doubted the words of the celestial phenomenon race monarch. The Fiend Battlefield, Mount Mang. Looking at Su Mo, who was releasing the power of 8 fangs, Xiaofan could not help but laugh. "Do you still want to resist?" Xiaoyan's voice slowly rang out, "Everything about you is nothing in the face of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You are nothing but a dream. You cannot even withstand a single blow. You will all be sent into reincarnation." Su Mo took a deep breath as he felt the power of his body, bloodline, and primordial spirit skyrocketing. He activated his primordial spirit and began to form hand seals. The power of reincarnation derived from imitating the aura and images of the 6 paths of reincarnation with the power of the heavenly eye is worthy of being called the 6 paths of reincarnation. Su Mo looked at the Eye of Reincarnation opposite him with a mocking expression. Xiaofan coldly snorted and said, "It's enough to kill you." Ha ha ha. At the peak of Mount Mang, Su Mo faced the sky and laughed. The hand seals in his hand had already been completed. He pointed at the Eye of Reincarnation opposite him and shouted, "Let me show you what the 6 paths of reincarnation is." As soon as he said that, a huge vortex abyss appeared on Su Mo's fingertip and spread out continuously. The vortex was divided into 6 regions, and each region was covered with strange runes that emitted a boundless power. The world was spinning and time was in chaos. Xiaoyan's Eye of Reincarnation paled in comparison to this huge vortex abyss. The difference was like heaven and earth. Xiaofan could not resist the attraction of the 6 paths of reincarnation and was forced to reveal himself. His face was filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, panic, fear, and indescribable emotions. What was this? In a daze, Xiaofan seemed to recall the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation when he opened his yin-yang eye. Even back then, it was only a glimpse. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the 6 paths of reincarnation and had not seen the full 6 paths of reincarnation. It was only now that he truly saw what the 6 paths of reincarnation was. Pust. The surrounding true spirit experts watching the battle could not help but gasp when they saw this change. If Xia Yin's eye of reincarnation had shocked everyone, then Xia Yin's eye of reincarnation had shocked everyone. But now, the 6 paths of reincarnation released by Su Zimo made them feel fear and uneasiness that seeped into their souls. It was unstoppable. Under this vortex abyss, no power could resist it. The more than 100 supreme true spirits present, including the 10 great fiends, subconsciously switched places with Xia Yin. There was only one outcome. Death. Impossible, this is impossible. After Xia Yin revealed himself, the phantom formed by his eye of reincarnation could not withstand the suppression of the 6 paths of reincarnation and collapsed rapidly. Streaks of blood appeared on the eye of reincarnation and even seeped out. How was this possible? Xia Yin could not believe what he was seeing. This must be your illusion. Xia Yin roared, this is a supreme divine ability of illusions, myriad manifestations of the universe. Don't try to lie to me. Among the 10 great fiends, there was indeed an evil fiend who cultivated myriad manifestations of the universe. At that moment, when he heard Xia Yin's hysterical roar, he could not help but shake his head. Myriad manifestations of the universe can't even stop your eye of reincarnation, let alone the 6 paths of reincarnation. I once caught a glimpse of the 6 paths of reincarnation before I comprehended the current eye of reincarnation. What right do you have? Xia Yin was still roaring at Su Zimo. Cracks began to appear on his body and he was on the verge of collapse. Countless blood qi formed thin threads in midair and escaped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's because I've been to the netherworld before. Su Zimo said indifferently, do you want to go? I'll send you on your way now. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit once more and released the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to the maximum. The runes on the 6 paths shone with a resplendent light as though they could devour everything. All living beings in the world and all living things could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. Kill! Xia Yin roared and a beam of blood light burst forth from his eye of reincarnation, charging toward Su Zimo. That was the essence spirit secret skill of the heavenly eye race. It was also an essence spirit secret skill unique to the eye of reincarnation, light of reincarnation. Xia Yin released his essence spirit secret skill, wanting to interrupt Su Zimo's channeling. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he did not even use his essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. In the face of the 6 paths of reincarnation, essence spirit secret skills could not escape. Before the beam of blood light could land on Su Zimo, its trajectory was changed by the 6 paths of reincarnation and it turned into an arc that disappeared into the vortex abyss. The gigantic vortex seemed like it wanted to devour everything. In fact, everyone began to hallucinate. If the vortex abyss was allowed to continue growing, this entire world and the entire fiend battlefield might be engulfed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 2864. Sky Tribute Square. All of a sudden, the hubbub in the air disappeared. The square became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if something invisible was suppressing it. The kings from the 3,000 realms were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene on the peak of Mount Mang. Su Zimo stood in the air, his black hair dancing in the wind. His gaze was deep and his aura was overwhelming. He pointed at Xia Yin and with a single finger, he summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation that was even more terrifying than the eye of reincarnation. Xia Yin couldn't block it at all. Even through the giant screen, the kings could feel Xia Yin's insignificance, despair, unwillingness, and helplessness in front of that enormous whirlpool. What is this? A king from the sky eye race stuttered. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. How can this be? The cold-eye monarch clenched his fists and stared at the screen. His voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. 6 paths of reincarnation? How can he comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation? For some reason, the cold-eye monarch's body was trembling. This is the real 6 paths of reincarnation. On the square, some king suddenly let out a deep sigh, filled with endless emotions. This sigh finally broke the oppressive atmosphere in the surroundings, causing a huge wave of sound to erupt. Oh my God, Sword World Su Zhu actually comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation. He hit it too well. The most terrifying thing is that he's only at the Kongming stage. I can't believe it. If he reaches the Dongshu stage, who in the 3,000 worlds will be able to fight him? Including the immortal slaying sword, the vermilion bird heavenly fire, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, this means Su Zhu has comprehended 3 supreme skills. It's 4. Another person said. Don't forget, there's also the elephant race's divine elephant tooth. Comprehending 4 supreme skills at the true self stage. That's shocking. No wonder he's so confident and dares to meet Xia Yin. With such a person, Sword World will prosper. It was as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 ripples. Clamor, clamor, and clamor intertwined together, creating waves of sound. Immortal Emperor Yulan suddenly let out a smile. Her nervous mind also relaxed. The hornless Dragon King shook his head slightly. His originally cold face actually revealed a trace of emotion as he muttered to himself, "The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time." Everyone in the Sword World was still trying their best to digest this matter. Although Lu Yun and the others knew about Su Zimo's secret as Qinglian's true body, they'd never imagined that they'd be able to witness it with their own eyes. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although Yunting was also very happy, he still had mixed feelings. Originally, he had regarded Su Zimo as his greatest opponent on his path of cultivation, as well as one of the driving forces that spurred him on. Because there was Su Zimo in front of him, he never dared to relax. He had to work hard to catch up with Su Zimo. But now, he suddenly realized that the gap between the two of them was growing larger and larger, and a feeling of powerlessness even arose in his heart. How were they going to catch up? However, after 1 or 2,000 years, the other had already disappeared without a trace. Among those in the Sword World, only Kitsune remained calm. She wasn't surprised by this scene at all. In the Sword World, Kitsune was the only one who understood Su Zimo's combat strength the best. For 1,000 years, Su Zimo had been cultivating in seclusion at Burial Sword Peak. He'd used a secret method to leave many mysterious runes in the Great Formation, shielding it from the heavens and preventing detection. Only Kitsune had stood guard by Su Zimo's side, personally witnessing him comprehend one supreme combat art after another. Kitsune had personally witnessed her master's 12th rank Fortune Realm Qinglian collapse a total of 6 times when he comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation. She was most aware of the power and terror of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thinking back on this matter, a trace of warmth rose in Kitsune's heart. She knew that her master didn't really want her to stand guard by his side because there was any real danger. Her master only wanted her to watch from the side when he comprehended the supreme combat arts, to experience the entire process and comprehend the Tao within. This experience was too rare and too precious for her. Her master had really put in a lot of effort and taught her without any reservations. Kitsune clenched her fists slightly, her gaze firm. She believed that she wouldn't let down her master's legacy, wouldn't let down Wu Dao, and wouldn't let down the supreme reputation that her master had built for her. Seems like the Heavenly Eye race was right. This battle really ended in 1 round. Hee, but they guessed wrong. The surrounding crowd was still discussing. No. Can. Do. The cold-eye monarch's voice suddenly rang out. He was practically gnashing his teeth. Everyone turned to look at him. Someone comforted him. "Brother Cold Eye, forget it. Xiaofan can only blame his bad luck for meeting such an opponent even if he dies." I said, "Xiaofan can't die." The Cold Eye Monarch roared again, his face flushed red. "Don't provoke him. Look at him, he's probably lost his mind." Someone said softly. "Huh." The Cold Eye Monarch's expression was a little ferocious as he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. He stared at the people from the Sword World and said slowly, "You all think Su Zhu will win for sure? Let me tell you, no matter how strong the 6 paths of reincarnation is, there's still a limit." Lu Yun and the others were silent. This was indeed true. No matter how strong the 6 paths of reincarnation was, it was still within the realm of combat arts. There was still a limit to its power. The Cold Eye Monarch continued, "Xiaofan is the #1 genius in 1,000,000 years. The Eye of Reincarnation is only the first supreme combat art he comprehended. He still has a second supreme combat art. With 2 supreme combat arts unleashed at the same time, he will definitely find a chance to escape from the 6 paths of reincarnation and escape." Lu Yun and the others still didn't argue with him. This was because they could roughly guess that if Xiaofan unleashed 2 supreme combat arts, he would definitely be able to escape from the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, although the Cold Eye Monarch's words were powerful, they didn't have much momentum. Lu Yun only looked at the Cold Eye Monarch quietly and asked, "You've said so much and shouted so loudly and aggressively. So, you just want to prove that Xiaofan can escape? Too petty." The Cold Eye Monarch trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He clutched his chest and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Stone Cave Monarch couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to help the Cold Eye Monarch. He said loudly, "As long as he can escape, it's not a failure. There's still a long way to go. With Xiaoyan's talent, they will fight again in the Grotto Heaven realm. At that time, it's hard to say who will win." At this moment, the battlefield at the peak of Mount Mang did indeed change. Just as the Cold Eye Monarch had said, in this moment of life and death, Xiaofan angrily opened his eyes. Without holding back, he activated his blood qi and released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, Xiaofan unleashed his second supreme combat art, Infinite Yin Yang. Chapter 2865. Just like what the Cold Eye King had predicted, Xiaofan, who was in the middle of the battlefield, knew his situation better than anyone else. He no longer thought about how to defeat Su Zimo. This was already impossible and impractical. Even though he would lose face and the Heavenly Eye race would lose face and be ridiculed by countless people, as long as he was alive, he would have a chance to make a comeback. At this moment, Xiaofan calmed down. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He was, after all, the first person on the War Merit Jade Tablet, the first monster of the Heavenly Eye race in 1,000,000 years. He had been through countless life and death situations since he started cultivating. He broke free from the shock and fear brought by the 6 paths of reincarnation. He kept his Tao heart stable and his psyche calm as he made a precise decision. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation was strong and unparalleled, it was still a skill and there was a limit to its power. As long as he could break through this limit, he would have a chance of survival. He didn't even need to completely break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. He only needed a small gap to take out the token of heaven and escape. This was his only chance. Yin, Yang, limitless. After Xiaofan released his bloodline vision, he opened his eyes wide and used his eye technique. He had the Yin Yang eye, so it was naturally easier for him to comprehend the limitless Yin Yang. To him, the limitless Yin Yang was both a supreme skill and an eye technique. A black ray shot out from his left eye while a white ray shot out from his right eye. They landed in midair and formed two lifelike yin-yang fishes. Normally, these two fishes would bite each other in midair and quickly form a huge yin-yang millstone that could suppress the five elements, overturn the universe, and crush everything in the world. Xiaofan believed that the combination of the limitless yin-yang and the eye of reincarnation would give him a chance to catch his breath, even if it couldn't fight against the six paths of reincarnation. Su Zimo seemed to have seen through Xiaofan's intention. He sneered and controlled the six paths of reincarnation with one hand and closed his fingers with the other. He was ready to use another supreme skill, the Celestial Slaying Sword. The Celestial Slaying Sword was fighting against the limitless yin-yang. This supreme skill couldn't affect the six paths of reincarnation. The Eye of Reincarnation and Xiaofan's bloodline phenomenon were far from enough to shake the six paths of reincarnation. At this point in the battle, he would not give Xiaofan any chance. However, just as he was about to release his sword finger, he suddenly paused and frowned. Su Zimo suddenly felt a strange sensation in his eyes. His left eye was cold, and his right eye was burning hot. Before he could react, Xiaofan's yin-yang twin fish rushed towards his eyes. All right. On the Sky Tribute Square, the Cold-Eye Monarch was overjoyed when he saw this. To his surprise, Xiaofan didn't use the yin-yang limitless extremity to resist the six paths reincarnation. Instead, he controlled the yin-yang twin fish to attack Su Zimo directly. There was finally a turn for the better. A glimmer of hope rose in the heart of the Cold-Eye Monarch. Could it be that Xiaofan wanted to turn the tables? Many people present were stunned by this change in technique. But very quickly, everyone gradually realized that the situation on the battlefield seemed to be very different from what they had just now. Xiaofan's expression was filled with fear and panic. He didn't look like he was planning a counterattack at all. On the battlefield, Xiaofan noticed this change and couldn't help but be shocked. His expression changed. He released his essence spirit in a frenzy, wanting to control the yin-yang twin fish to merge together and form the yin-yang millstone. But he was horrified to discover that these two yin-yang twin fish were completely out of his control. Under countless gazes, the two yin-yang twin fish turned into two beams of light, one black and one white, and entered Su Zimo's eyes. The yin-yang twin fish didn't hurt Su Zimo at all. Instead, it seemed to have stimulated something terrifying in his eyes. In the next moment, Su Zimo's left eye became as black as ink, cold and sinister. His right eye was as white as jade, dazzling and dazzling. The dark power emitted from Su Zimo's left eye was purer and more terrifying than Xiaofan's. The light emitted from his right eye was even more dazzling. Their eyes met. Through the yin-yang twin fish, their eyes seemed to have built a bridge. Black and white, yin and yang, the two types of power flowed out of Xiaofan's eyes continuously, condensing into thin threads in midair and surging into Su Zimo's eyes. The light in Xiaofan's eyes dimmed rapidly and the power of yin and yang was also weakening rapidly. The two god stones in Su Zimo's eyes, candlelight and nether glow, suddenly unleashed their might and devoured the power of yin and yang in midair. They even tried to absorb all the power of yin and yang in Xiaofan's eyes through the yin-yang twin fish. Ah! Xiaofan's body floated in midair, raising his head and letting out a tragic cry. His eyes were rapidly sinking in at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming two shockingly large holes. Inside and outside the fiend battlefield, everyone and all living beings watched this scene with their mouths agape. Xiaofan's ocular technique, the supreme mystique yin-yang limitless, was neutralized by Su Zimo's eyes. He didn't even use any mystique or technique. Not only that, even Xiaofan's eyes couldn't be saved. What kind of technique was this? The Kun realm's Bei Mingyuan and the Peng realm's ninth prince were each other's enemies. But when they saw this scene, they subconsciously looked at each other and felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at the black-haired, green-robed figure with fear in their eyes. These two supreme true spirits were the top true spirits of the Kun and Peng realms. But at this moment, they both felt fear in their hearts. This was because the supreme mystique they had comprehended was the limitless yin-yang limitless. Now that they saw Xia Yin's fate, they couldn't help but think of the consequences they would face if they became enemies with Su Zhu. Speaking of which, this scene was a bit of a coincidence. Xia Yin's counterattack was correct. However, the limitless yin-yang divine power that he comprehended with his yin-yang eyes was countered by Su Zimo's illumination and nether glow. If Xia Yin had comprehended other supreme mystic powers, even if it was merely the spacetime shackle, Su Zimo would have to summon another supreme mystic power to defend against it and dispel it if he wanted to kill the latter completely. But now, under the influence of the candlelight and serene glow, the limitless yin-yang limitless couldn't be formed at all. The two fishes looked as if they had found their mother and looked into Su Zimo's eyes without hesitation. Not only that, the two fishes wanted to draw the power of yin and yang from Xia Yin's eyes and send it all into the candlelight and serene glow. Thus, the shocking scene before them was formed. At this moment, everyone realized one thing. Xia Yin had lost. It was just one round. From beginning to end, Su Zimo had only released the power of the 8 fangs and the 6 paths of reincarnation. This battle was over. Chapter 2866. Peak of Mount Mang. When the illumination and nether glow divine stones in Su Zimo's eyes absorbed Xia Yin's yin-yang twin fish, they also absorbed everything related to visual techniques and the Tao of that supreme mystic power from the latter's eyes. All these years, Su Zimo did not have the intention to cultivate the yin-yang Tao. However, in reality, he was already able to release the yin-yang twin fish diagram back in Tianhuang mainland to fight against supreme divine powers and had long comprehended the yin-yang Tao. When he ascended, the essence spirits of Qinglian and Dragon Phoenix were able to fuse with the help of illumination and nether glow. Eventually, they stabilized completely with the help of the perfection of Wisdom Nirvana Sutra. In reality, Su Zimo's essence spirit contained the purest power of extreme yin and extreme yang to begin with. Now that he had absorbed Xia Yin's yin-yang eyes, the Tao technique of limitless yin-yang entered his mind as well. Under normal circumstances, one would require a long period of accumulation and fortuitous coincidences to comprehend a supreme divine power. However, Su Zimo had already begun comprehending the yin-yang Tao back in the lower realm. Right now, he was able to comprehend limitless yin-yang with great accumulation, and success was inevitable. Of course, the most important reason was the illumination and nether glow divine stones in his eyes. The two divine stones were like the root of wisdom for Buddhism and could allow Su Zimo to comprehend the yin-yang Tao with greater ease. Sky Tribute Square. Many members of the Heavenly Eye race had terrible expressions as though they had lost their parents. The Cold Eye Monarch knew that Xia Yin was finished. Even after releasing 2 supreme divine powers, he could not break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. What was even stranger was that not only did limitless yin-yang not injure Su Zimo, Xia Yin's yin-yang eyes were even being devoured by Su Zimo. What is he doing? Right then, someone seemed to have noticed something amiss and asked softly. He's absorbing Xia Yin's yin-yang eyes, Before the other person could finish, his expression changed and he exclaimed softly. A supreme divine power to cleanse himself? Sword World Su Zhu is comprehending the supreme divine ability, limitless yin-yang. In the beginning, only a few people noticed this scene, but in the blink of an eye, it caused a huge commotion in Sky Tribute Square. How many supreme divine abilities has he comprehended? The divine elephant's tusk, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the vermilion bird's heavenly fire, plus the immortal slaying sword that he has yet to unleash, and the limitless yin-yang that he is currently comprehending, a total of 5. Hiss. On the square, the kings of the various realms were still able to calm down. The expressions of many true spirits changed drastically as they sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 supreme divine abilities, what kind of concept was that? It was unimaginable. Let alone the true spirits present, this matter had already exceeded the knowledge of all the monarchs present. 5 supreme divine abilities. I'm afraid this can be considered unprecedented. Among the 5 supreme techniques, there's still the terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiaofan didn't lose unjustly, even the immortal kings present here felt unparalleled shock when they saw this scene. Until now, the immortal kings on Sky Tribute Square still hadn't realized what was going to happen next. Seeing the next scene, they would soon forget the shock they had felt. Even many years later, when some immortal kings recalled this matter, they would feel their scalps go numb and their hearts tremble. At the peak of Mount Mang, comprehending the limitless yin-yang was a natural process, and he almost didn't encounter any obstacles. Soon, the power of the supreme divine ability descended, tempering his body, cleansing his bloodline, and strengthening his primordial spirit. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was also rapidly increasing. Originally, he had just stepped into the Kongming stage, and it would take a long time for him to reach the Dongxiu stage. However, in the evil demon battlefield, he had comprehended the vermilion bird heavenly fire and the limitless yin-yang divine ability, causing his cultivation realm to rise by a large margin. Of course, the most important thing was that he had comprehended another technique. This meant that his battling prowess had risen to a whole new level. Moreover, after this battle, he had just released the power of the 8 fangs, and the primordial spirit that the 6 paths of reincarnation had consumed. After this battle, not only did he not consume any energy, but his condition was even better than before, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. Su Zimo stood in the air, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation with one hand. Feeling the boundless power in his body that had nowhere to vent, he couldn't help but roar into the sky. Amidst this roar, Xiaofan was also on the verge of collapse. He had lost his yin-yang eyes, but he still hadn't given up. After all, he was the #1 immortal spirit of the Heavenly Eye clan and the first person on the Battle Merit Jade Tablet. Even at this juncture, he would not give up. Whoosh! Xiaofan frantically activated his bloodline and released his bloodline vision. His bloodline vision was a blood-red eye. The power of this blood-red eye resonated with the eye of reincarnation at his glabella, erupting with an even more powerful counterattack. This was also one of his killing moves. However, this power couldn't resist the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. Xiaoyan's bloodline vision had just been formed, and under the guidance of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it showed signs of collapsing. How? How can this be? My bloodline, Xiaoyan's voice became intermittent, filled with unwillingness. It had to be said that Xiaofan was indeed a rare monster incarnate of the Heavenly Eye clan. The Heavenly Eye clan's physique and bloodline were only ranked in the middle of the 10,000 races and could not compare to powerful races such as the Protoss and Dragons. However, the fact that Xiaofan could cultivate the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline to such an extent and even conjure a bloodline vision was proof of his talent. Unfortunately, the difference was too great. Su Zimo looked at Xiaofan, who was still resisting in the corner, and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, saying indifferently, "Back when I comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation, my grade 12 creation Qinglian body collapsed 6 times. How can your bloodline compare to mine? Grade 12 creation Qinglian." Under such circumstances, those few words were the final straw that crushed Xiaoyan's Dao heart. The 6 paths of reincarnation surged and engulfed Xiaoyan's body. However, right as Xiaoyan's body was submerged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, the eye of reincarnation at his glabella fell off and exploded. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze slightly. In reality, the Heavenly Eye of the Heavenly Eye clan was their Dao fruit as well. The Eye of Reincarnation was known as one of the 3 Heavenly Eyes and contained the essence of Xiaoyan's Dao techniques. Now that it exploded, the power it released was terrifying. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded from within the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was equivalent to an intense explosion within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Right in front of countless gazes, the vortex abyss that was spinning continuously in midair could not withstand the impact and collapsed instantly. Su Zimo was right in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation and bore the brunt of the impact. He could not dodge at all and countless shockwaves surged towards him. However, a power of that level could not hurt his body and bloodline at all. However, against the impact of the explosion and the shockwaves, Su Zimo felt as though something was missing from his waist. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2867. This battle could be said to have attracted the attention of the world. Under the gaze of countless living beings in the 3,000 worlds, the first person on the battle merit jade tablet, Xiaofan, had died. The eye of reincarnation exploded, and even the 6 paths of reincarnation were on the verge of collapse. Naturally, Xiaofan had been blown to smithereens. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard faintly. All the supreme true spirits present had initially only had the mentality of watching this battle for fun. Who would have thought that they would witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes? Xiaofan of the blood world had once made a bet with Mu Lian that Su Zimo would not be able to last more than 10 moves. But now, in just 1 round, Xiaofan had died. Divine Sun Ming Hui's expression was ugly, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, I did not attack him at the Protoss's residence. Otherwise, if he had chosen to attack Su Zimo that day, he would probably be a corpse now. Sherpa of the Stone World grinned slightly as he looked at the figure in midair. Although there was still a trace of arrogance in his expression, the depths of his eyes were filled with fear. Even his arm, which was holding the stone axe, was trembling slightly. This person is undefeatable. This was the only thought left in the minds of the 10 great demons. The plain-clothed swordsman Luo Jun had long seen that Su Zimo was extraordinary, but he had never imagined that this seemingly weak scholar would be so tyrannical. If one wanted to distinguish the supreme true spirits present based on their combat strength, they would probably have to go through countless battles. But everyone knew that no matter how many levels the supreme true spirit's combat strength was divided into, the one at the peak of Mount Mang was definitely a unique existence. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Lin Xuanzhen saw this scene and finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, her heart was filled with more emotion and shock, and she could not digest it for a while. I haven't seen him for a few years, and he has already cultivated to this level. In the crowd, chess deity Jun Yu frowned slightly and murmured softly, looking somewhat distressed. She was naturally warlike. Even if the opponent's combat strength was stronger, she was fearless and would always find an opportunity to spar with him. But now, that person had grown to the point where she had to give up on this idea, on Sky Tribute Square. In fact, when Su Zimo released the 6 paths of reincarnation to counterattack, everyone had already expected this outcome. Although there were some twists and turns in the process. Even though Xiaofan had tried to break free and retaliate, he was still unable to do anything before absolute strength. Everyone from the Sky Eye tribe had quietened down. Their previous arrogance and complacency had long disappeared. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Su Zimo on the giant screen. They wished they could rush in and tear him to pieces. The Cold Eye King gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Like a wild beast, he stared at the giant screen not far away. Brother Han Mu. The Stone Demon King sighed. This is not Xiaofan Zhan's fault, but, the Stone World and the Sword World had a grudge against each other. Naturally, they would stand together and think about how to console the Cold Eye King. The Stone Demon King pondered for a moment before continuing. However, the person from the Sword World is too monstrous. He has comprehended a supreme superpower. Even the great emperors from ancient times would not be his match when they were at the true self realm. The future is long. When he steps into the grotto heaven realm, we will fight him and regain our dignity. He, the cold-eye monarch suddenly laughed. It sounded a little creepy and crazy, making one's hair stand on end. Many realm kings frowned and glanced at the cold-eye king. Could it be that the cold-eye monarch suffered too much of a blow and went crazy? No, he's a grotto heaven realm king after all. His Tao heart is strong. Even if the number one sacred spirit of the Sky-Eye world died, he wouldn't lose his mind. Many cultivators in the crowd whispered and pointed at the cold-eye king. Brother Hanmu, are you all right? The stone demon king frowned and couldn't help but ask. Well done, Xiaofan. The cold-eyed monarch did not bother with the stone demon monarch. He suddenly exclaimed. Many realm kings looked at the cold-eye king strangely. Su Zhu from the sword world had defeated him in one round, and he was considered to have done well. Lu Yun and the other peak lords looked at each other. They could all tell that the cold-eye king was implying something. At this moment, the cold-eye monarch pointed his finger at Su Zimo's figure on the screen and asked, "Do you know why Xiaofan still chose to detonate his Tao fruit and heavenly eye after being devoured by the Six Paths reincarnation?" Everyone in the square fell silent. In their minds, it was just Xiaofan's last struggle because he was unwilling to accept defeat. In fact, he hadn't caused any harm to Su Zimo. You're all wrong. The cold-eye king suddenly laughed and pointed at Su Zimo on the screen. Look carefully. Xiaofan took the token of bestowment from Su Zhu's waist. Everyone looked in the direction the cold-eye king was pointing. As expected, the token of bestowment from Su Zimo's waist was nowhere to be found. According to the cold-eye king, Xiaofan must have used the impact of the Eye of Reincarnation to drag the token of bestowment from Su Zimo's waist into the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Sigh. Many kings shook their heads and sighed as they looked at the smiling cold-eye king. Their eyes were filled with pity. Ha! A realm king couldn't help but chuckle. So Xiaofan's final counterattack didn't hurt Su Zhu at all. He only lost the token of bestowment from his waist. Many of the true spirits felt the same way. Sword World Su Zhu had won this battle. He'd only lost a token of bestowment and was completely unharmed. Wait. Many immortal kings seemed to have thought of something at this time and their expressions changed. The token of bestowment, if he lost it in the fiend battlefield, he'd have to find a spatial tear to escape. Otherwise, Sword World Su Zhu wouldn't be able to leave the fiend battlefield. And now, Sword World Su Zhu had just fought a great battle and even used his most powerful combat art, the Six Paths of Reincarnation. How much strength did he have left? Although he still had immortal eradication and limitless yin and yang, he was only in the Kongming realm. Using any of his primordial spirits would consume an unimaginable amount of primordial spirit. Even with the divine elephant tusk, how many primordial spirits could a Kongming realm primordial spirit release? According to everyone's speculations, Su Zimo could only release one primordial spirit at most, and that would be his limit. If he continuously released immortal eradication and limitless yin and yang, his primordial spirit would collapse before he could kill his opponent. Only now did everyone realize that Xiaofan's move was too ruthless. This was equivalent to cutting off Sword World Su Zhu's escape route. Xiaofan was using his own life to tell the remaining true spirits in the fiend battlefield that this was their only chance to kill Sword World Su Zhu. End of chapter. Chapter 2868. Sky Tribute Square. Everyone finally realized why the cold-eye monarch would suddenly laugh like a maniac, and even laugh so happily. Although Xiaofan was dead, he'd used another method to drag Sword World Su Zhu into the abyss. This was the ultimate sacrifice of a life for a life. The cold-eye king glared at Lu Yun and gritted his teeth. Lu Yun, it's true that my clan Xiaofan is dead, but your sword world Su Zhu won't be able to hold out much longer. Xiaofan will be waiting for him on Acheron's path. Those from Sword World grimaced. This move of Xiaoyan's was truly too ruthless. Immortal King Yulan pondered for a while and said, I don't think so. Daoist Su Zhu has just been baptized by a supreme divine ability and is in peak condition. His nascent spirit should be able to withstand the immortal slaying sword and the limitless yin and yang. Who would dare step forward in this situation? Ha ha ha. The cold-eye monarch laughed again. He extended a finger and glanced at Yulan Immortal King with extreme disdain. He shook his finger and said, No, 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 you are too naive. So what if Su Zhu can release two peerless divine abilities? How many supreme gods could he resist? 2, or 3? The other kings nodded, knowing that the Cold-Eye King's judgment was correct. Su Zhu was still the strongest among the sacred spirits, but he was in danger because he'd lost his bestowment medallion and couldn't leave the battlefield immediately. Even if he could unleash two supreme divine powers, as long as two supreme true spirits stood out, they would be able to block and neutralize it. The Cold-Eye Monarch continued, I admit that Su Zhu is the strongest in the true first realm, but how many true spirits can he withstand? Of the 100 or so sacred spirits, we only need 10 to step forward. There's no need for 10. As long as 5 step forward, Su Zhu will be dead without a doubt. Lu Yun remained silent, but his face was a bit pale. This situation had far exceeded his expectations. Even summoning the Sword World Sovereign would be of no help, nor would the Peak Lords be of any help. At this moment, there were more than 100 supreme true spirits gathered around Mount Mang. There were also 10 great evil demons eyeing it covetously. Once the battle broke out, there would be more than 10 sacred spirits attacking Su Zimo amidst the chaos. Su Zimo's Dao fruit contained 5 supreme combat arts and even the world-shaking 6 paths of reincarnation. Who wouldn't be tempted? So what if he had immortal execution? Even if Su Zimo had the body of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the grade 12 creation green lotus, his body and spirit would be destroyed without a corpse or corpse left behind by the dozens of supreme true spirits. In fact, even if he had the 6 paths of reincarnation and the grade 12 creation green lotus, his body and spirit would be destroyed. Even an immortal king would have to avoid the brunt of such an attack. Su Zimo had no way of escape. Xiaofan of the Sky Eye clan is too despicable. Yulan couldn't help cursing. Despicable? The Cold-Eye Monarch sneered. I've said it before. Those who kill my clan will have to pay the price. This is the path Su Zhu chose. He'll have to pay the price. What the monarchs could see, the true spirit experts in the fiend battlefield naturally could as well. Su Zhu lost his bestowment token. He has no other way out. A Dao fruit that contains 5 supreme divine abilities, Interesting, the surrounding atmosphere was gradually changing. Suppressed discussions could be heard from the crowd. After all, the battle just now was too shocking. Many of the true spirit experts were still wary of Su Zimo. The Yiksha specter looked at Su Zimo with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes as it licked its lips. Among the 10 great demons, he wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Su Zimo. The swordsman Luo Jun sensed this and said sternly, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any ideas about him." A man with bloodshot eyes chuckled and asked, "What does that have to do with you?" Above Mount Mang, Su Zimo stood in the air with a calm expression. The bestowment token should have fallen into the netherworld with Xia Yin's vengeful spirit and couldn't be retrieved. He had long noticed this, but he didn't care. Losing the token would have no effect on him. He could just get another one when he returned to the bestowment world. If he wanted to leave the fiend battlefield, he just needed to find a spatial rift. However, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Originally, the numerous true spirits gathered around and looked at him with endless shock and fear. But now, the way these supreme true spirits looked at him gradually changed, revealing a trace of greed and enmity. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he guessed what those people were thinking. It seemed that some people were tired of living. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Although a few of the 10 great demons had evil thoughts, they didn't dare to act rashly in front of more than 100 true spirits. At this time, if they took the initiative to go forward, they would easily become the target of public criticism. Only in the chaos would there be an opportunity. God's son Ming Hui, Sherpa from the Stone World, and Xiaofan from the Blood World looked at each other and were ready to attack. The three of them more or less had some grudges with Su Zimo and the Sword Realm and had already formed an alliance. Su Zhu could at most release 2 supreme divine powers, the limitless yin-yang and the immortal slaying sword. This was the best opportunity for the three of them. The surrounding true spirits were still hesitating and a little afraid. If they waited for the others to make up their minds and react, once the situation fell into chaos, it was uncertain who would obtain Su Zhu's Dao fruit. Kill. At this thought, the three of them communicated with their divine senses and split into 3 directions. With a loud roar, they rushed toward Su Zimo with murderous intent. Without any communication, the 3 of them wouldn't give Su Zimo any time to breathe. The 3 of them didn't hold back and directly used 3 supreme divine powers to suppress him. Once the Dao fruit was obtained, they would immediately leave the demon battlefield. Sherpa, how dare you? Lin Xuanjun had been paying attention to Sherpo's movements. When she saw Sherpa move, she didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. A cold and sharp sword light tore through the void and blocked Sherpo's path. It instantly cut off his path and stopped him. Damn it, stinky woman! Sherpa flew into a rage, cursing loudly. He wasn't afraid of Lin Xuanjun. However, if he was delayed here by Lin Xuanjun, he would have no chance of obtaining Su Zhu's Dao fruit. Sherpa held the giant axe in his hand and directly activated his blood qi and released his bloodline vision. He shouted, "Get out of my way!" Lin Xuanjun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She activated her primordial spirit and held a sword in one hand and formed a hand seal with the other. A bloody longsword quickly condensed in front of her. The next moment, killing intent soared into the sky and shook the heavens. Supreme Divine Power, Immortal Slaying Sword. Chapter 2869. Sherpa released his bloodline vision with the intention of forcing Lin Xuanjun to retreat so that he could find an opening to kill Su Zimo. Sherpa was confident that he could defeat Lin Xuanjun in terms of physical strength and bloodline. However, he did not expect Lin Xuanjun to be so decisive. Her only goal was to stop Sherpa. Therefore, Lin Xuanjun released the Supreme Divine Power, Celestial Slaying Sword. Lunatic! Sherpa cursed. He felt the cold murderous intent from the Celestial Slaying Sword and did not dare to be careless. He quickly formed a spell. The Celestial Slaying Sword was a killing technique among the Supreme Divine Powers. His bloodline vision could not withstand it at all. He could only resist it with his Supreme Divine Power. Negative Sky Seal. Sherpa quickly formed a spell, and his aura suddenly changed. He pointed to the sky with one hand and formed a seal with the other. Even the heavens were rumbling and shaking. The Supreme Divine Power, Negative Sky Seal. When the seal was formed, it drew the power of the heavens and pressed down with full force. It was unstoppable. At that moment, Sherpa seemed to be carrying the heavens as he formed a seal and crashed toward Lin Xuanjun's Celestial Slaying Sword. The battle between the two Supreme Divine Powers. In fact, no matter who won, Lin Xuanjun had already succeeded. She used the Celestial Slaying Sword to force Sherpa to use his Supreme Divine Power, which was equivalent to eliminating a huge threat for Su Zimo. On the other side, Divine Sun Minghui was the fastest. He was the first to arrive in front of Su Zimo. There was a rumble in his body, and golden blood rose. A shining pyramid appeared behind him. Around and below the pyramid, there were countless creatures kneeling and praying loudly with pious expressions. Divine Sun Minghui knew how powerful Su Zimo was, so he did not hold back. He directly used the Protoss's most powerful technique, the bloodline vision. His aura skyrocketed. Not only that, the moment Divine Sun Minghui descended, the spell in his hand had already formed. Supreme divine power, sun and moon shine together. Minghui pointed at Su Zimo from afar. In the next moment, a blazing sun and a full moon appeared in front of him. The two stars emitted dazzling light that quickly spread and filled the entire void. On this battlefield, light was everywhere, and divine splendor was shining. All living beings within the light had to endure the baptism and purification of this divine radiance. Every ray of divine light was composed of countless rays of light. And each ray of light was like a divine sword or divine spear that could pierce through anything. The bloodline anomaly, combined with the supreme mystique, descended at the same time. Divine Sun Minghui unleashed his strongest attack. On the other side, Xiaofan attacked. He had no intention of holding back, and immediately struck out with a supreme mystical power, space-time shackles. Two supreme divine powers descended at the same time. Even if Su Zhu's Yuanshan could still release the immortal slaying sword and the limitless yin and yang, how could he release them at the same time? Supreme divine powers were extremely taxing on the primordial spirit. Releasing two supreme divine powers consecutively and releasing two at the same time were two completely different concepts. Amidst the endless radiance, Su Zimo turned to look at Xiaofan. That glance sent chills down Xiaofan's spine. In that pair of eyes, the left eye was pitch black and the right eye was pure white. Two rays of light, one black and one white, suddenly burst forth from both eyes, condensing into a yin-yang twin fish in midair before rapidly rotating. The yin-yang twin fish had me in you and you in me. Their heads and tails were connected in an endless stream. Supreme divine power, limitless yin and yang. Su Zimo did not release any dermic arts and merely used his visual techniques to condense this supreme divine power. He chose to deal with me. This thought flashed through Xiaofan's mind, and he could not help but feel a little annoyed. In that case, he would not have the chance to obtain Su Zhu's Dao fruit. Fellow Daoist Minghui, it's up to you now. Xiaofan said loudly as he activated his Yuanshan to continue strengthening the power of the space-time shackles, preparing to receive the limitless yin and yang. But soon, Xiaofan's expression changed drastically. Something was wrong. The power of the limitless yin and yang, past. Xiaofan gasped and shockingly discovered that his space-time shackles could not withstand the yin-yang millstone that was crushing over. Almost instantly, the space-time shackles shattered completely. In fact, the limitless yin-yang millstone was crushing towards him, trying to grind him into dust. What? Xiaofan was scared out of his wits. Indeed, there was a difference in power between supreme divine powers. Even if it was the same supreme divine power, its power would naturally be different when released by different people. However, in Xiaofan's opinion, his space-time shackles should not be too different from limitless yin and yang. He'd never imagined that such a scene would occur. In reality, it was indeed difficult to determine a victor in a clash between limitless yin and yang and space-time shackles. However, Su Zimo's limitless yin and yang was augmented by the power of the two god stones, illumination and nether glow. As such, the power of the supreme divine power was raised by an entire level. Exclamation point. Xiaofan was shocked and reacted slightly slower. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his body and he spat out blood as though he was about to be torn apart. He did not have time to think as he slapped his storage bag and tossed out a blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure collided with the limitless yin-yang millstone and exploded instantly, turning into an extremely filthy blood mist. This was a sanguine puppet given to him by his seniors of the lineage. At the critical moment, it could be thrown out and die for him. The limitless yin-yang millstone paused for a moment. However, it continued crushing down before long. The filthy blood mist was also destroyed by yin and yang and turned into nothingness. However, Xiaofan made use of the fleeting pause earlier on to summon the blood vine race's blood escape. He turned into a streak of blood light and temporarily escaped the range of the limitless yin-yang millstone. The blood escape consumed a lot of his blood qi. However, at that moment, he could no longer care about that. Xiaofan activated his heavenly token and a beam of light flashed, enveloping his figure and disappearing from the fiend battlefield. The moment he left, the limitless yin-yang millstone crushed over and missed by a hair's breadth. When this scene fell into the eyes of the bystanders, it gave them a different feeling. The sword world Su Zhu had only turned around to look at Xiaofan, and she had almost killed a supreme true spirit. Su Zimo's attention was not on Xiaofan, but on Divine Sun Minghui, who was in front of him. Divine Sun Minghui's combat power was indeed extremely strong. Even among the more than 100 supreme true spirits, he could be ranked among the top few. Su Zimo had to be more serious when facing the Protoss's bloodline phenomenon and the divine splendor of the sun and moon. Qi. Under the endless dazzling divine splendor, a blood-dripping sword light suddenly bloomed, forcibly tearing apart the divine splendor curtain around them. Supreme superpower, immortal slaying sword. While releasing the limitless yin-yang millstone, Su Zimo activated his primordial spirit and pinched his fingers, releasing a second supreme superpower. Two supreme superpowers were released at the same time, causing a huge wave on the battlefield. Divine Sun Minghui's eyes released endless divine light. He wanted to activate the sun and moon shining together curtain, but in the end, he could not resist the sharpness of the immortal slaying sword. Of course, even so, under the constant consumption of the two supreme superpowers, the power of the immortal slaying sword was not much left. It was directly suppressed by the bloodline phenomenon behind him. The error-free chapters of Eternal Holy King will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. If you like Eternal Holy King, please bookmark. Eternal Holy King hand fighting bar is the fastest to update. Chapter 2870. Kill. After getting rid of the threat of the celestial extermination sword, Divine Sun Minghui pulled out a huge golden sword from his back. It shone brightly and shone brightly. With a loud shout, he charged toward Su Zimo instead of retreating. In close combat, the advantage of a Protoss's body and bloodline could be maximized. This large golden sword was a pure yang spirit treasure of the 9 tribulations. It was sharp and powerful. Coupled with the golden armor on his body and the mysterious and ancient pyramid behind him, Divine Sun Minghui descended from the sky with endless divine brilliance. His aura reached its peak and was unparalleled. Su Zimo looked calm. With a thought, a strange weapon appeared in his palm. It was a horsetail whisk with a jade handle and white silk. The black-clothed woman of the 10 great demons saw the horsetail whisk and suddenly exclaimed. She was deep in thought. On the battlefield. In the face of Divine Sun Minghui's ferocious attack, Su Zimo waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. The 3,000 white strands seemed to turn into an endless stream of weak water as they wrapped themselves around the huge golden sword. With every punch, the power of the large golden sword was reduced by a little. When the black-clothed woman saw this move, a strange light flashed across her eyes. Others did not know Su Zimo's horsetail whisk move, but she knew it best. It was obviously inherited from the 9 heavens Xian Nv Great Emperor. This move brought out the soft and gentle power of the horsetail whisk to the extreme. Even if she used this move, it would not be much better. Divine Sun Ming Hui's large golden sword was unparalleled, but when it slashed down, it was entangled by the 3,000 white silk threads and its power was exhausted. Divine Sun Ming Hui felt as if his sword had cut cotton, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a violent vibration from the large golden sword. It contained a twisting and tearing force. He could not hold his palm tightly. A sharp pain came from his hand, and blood was already flowing out. The next moment, a shocking divine power came from the other end of the large golden sword. Divine Sun Ming Hui could not hold the hilt of the sword. The horsetail whisk in Su Zimo's hand swept the large golden sword back. He had lost his divine weapon. The golden sword was a 9 tribulation pure yang numinous treasure. It was extremely important to him. If he wasn't wrong, the horsetail whisk with a jade handle and white silk should also be a pure yang spirit treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block the sharp edge of the golden great sword. Give me your life. Divine Sun Ming Hui was enraged. He roared and took a step forward. Golden qi and blood surged as he raised his hand and punched toward Su Zimo. This reaction showed Divine Sun Ming Hui's powerful close combat skills and experience. If the golden sword was taken away and he chose to retreat, Su Zhu would have a huge advantage with 2 pure yang spiritual treasures. But now, Su Zhu's horsetail whisk had retreated with the golden sword. Before the 2 pure yang spiritual treasures could retaliate, Divine Child Ming Hui had already closed in. The two of them were so close to each other. At this distance, there wasn't much space for Su Zhu to control the 2 pure yang spirit treasures. Divine Child Ming Hui forced Su Zhu to fight him barehanded in close combat. To be able to cultivate to this stage and grow into a supreme true spirit, other than comprehending supreme divine powers, one must have gone through countless bloody battles. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Divine Sun Ming Hui had thought of almost everything except for one thing. Su Zimo's body and bloodline were the rank 12 creation Qinglian's body. With Qinglian's body as the foundation, even if Su Zimo didn't use his qi and blood, his body had undergone the baptism of many supreme divine powers. It wasn't something Divine Sun Ming Hui's body and bloodline could contend with. Facing Divine Sun Ming Hui's punch, Su Zimo didn't dodge. Instead, he punched back. You're courting death. Divine Sun Ming Hui hadn't finished speaking when their fists violently collided, erupting with an earth-shattering sound. Boom! The fists collided, and the earth shook. At this moment, it was as if the world was trembling slightly, and time stood still. The next moment, a blazing halo burst out from the center of the collision. It spread rapidly in all directions, setting off a huge true essence wave. Mount Mang had collapsed just now, when Su Zimo and Xia Yin were fighting, and had turned into a pile of rubble. Now, their fists were colliding, and neither of them took half a step back. The true essence shockwaves that erupted from the collision directly swept up the countless stones and gravel beneath the two of them, pushing them in all directions. Under the two of them, a huge circular crater appeared. This Su Zhu can actually withstand Divine Sun Ming Hui's punch with his bloodline anomaly? After all, she has undergone the baptism of 5 supreme divine powers. She has long shed her mortal body and undergone a qualitative change. Something doesn't seem right. Among the onlooking supreme true spirits, someone noticed the abnormality. It seems that Ming Hui is at a disadvantage. His bloodline anomaly has cracked. What? This voice caused an uproar in the surroundings. At this moment, there were changes on the battlefield. The mysterious ancient pyramid behind Divine Sun Ming Hui was trembling slightly, and countless rocks were falling off the pyramid. The thousands of creatures that were kneeling below also stopped praying, revealing a look of horror as they fled. Divine Sun Ming Hui, as a member of the royal family of Protoss, had actually lost in a close combat battle. When the onlookers saw this scene, although they were extremely shocked, they were far from being able to feel the horror in Divine Sun Ming Hui's heart. Su Zimo's punch had not only dispersed his bloodline anomaly, but it had also shattered his pride and confidence. Undefeatable. These were the only words left in Divine Sun Ming Hui's mind. On the surface, he didn't seem to be injured, but a sharp pain came from his right arm, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. Retreat. Divine Sun Ming Hui didn't hesitate and turned to leave. The situation he was facing was different from the blood vein. Just now, if the blood vein reacted slightly slower, it would be crushed by the yin-yang infinite millstone. Although Divine Sun Ming Hui knew that he was no match for Su Zimo, he didn't feel too much danger, so he didn't immediately take out the token of heaven and retreat from the evil demon battlefield. Naturally, he had his own plans. Now, he could retreat from the battlefield, avoid Su Zhu's attack, and wait for the others to attack. In the chaos, he might have a chance to fight for Su Zhu's fruit of Tao. Trying to escape? Su Zimo's eyes were cold. Divine Sun Ming Hui was obviously here to kill him, so he wouldn't be merciful. Su Zimo swung the Tai horsetail whisk, swept up the golden sword, and slashed at Divine Sun Ming Hui. Swoosh! The speed of this sword was too fast. And it was a 9 tribulation pure yang spiritual treasure golden sword. As the wind whistled, the sword blade had already descended. Divine Sun Ming Hui didn't seem to be able to dodge it. He frantically operated the golden armor on his body, and it surged with rays of divine light. Clang! The golden sword landed on the golden armor. Just one strike was enough to almost shatter the golden armor. Cracks appeared on the back of Divine Sun Ming Hui's armor. But the huge force from the golden sword pushed Divine Sun Ming Hui, causing his speed to skyrocket. He turned into a golden light and instantly widened the distance between him and Su Zimo. Ha! Divine Sun Ming Hui laughed and said, "Su Zhu, thank you for sending me off. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."